You all here in Nucla again today at this lovely newly remodeled convention center, community center. I was like a different city. We are so grateful for our hosts in the town of Nucla and for Miss Amy Tooker and for Miss Candy Meehan over there as well for all of their hard work getting all of this set up so that we could have the best experience that we could over here. Few housekeeping items. Through that hallway there are the restrooms for those of you that don't know. There is a kitchen, and in that kitchen there is a refrigerator that has all sorts of cold drinks for you, so please help yourself. Snacks and goodies over there on that table, so don't miss out on those, and please take some for the drive on your way home too. If you are going to be coming up here, please watch for cords. We do have a wired mic for those that are speaking, so just be very cautious of that if you are passing around this way. We have taped down most of the other cords, so just make sure to watch your step. We don't want anybody to get hurt. A couple disclaimers for today. We have had the breaker go out a couple of times today. So try not to overload any outlets and all of those good things. We'll try to, keep it working for everybody, but we may have to take a pause or a break in between here or there, if something happens. So just want to start with that just in case if something does happen so that you guys are all aware of what's going on. So let's go ahead then and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. So before we jump into some federal updates, we do have something really exciting, something new that's really exciting for Club 20, and we're excited to see where it goes. We have decided to create a podcast. So we have a special little promo trailer that we want to share with you all just to get you excited. You'll be able to find all of our podcasts on our YouTube channel, on Spotify, and some of the other platforms where you use your podcast. We're working on a few of them. There's some vetting processes that need to happen for some of them, but keep your eye out for those to come. We'll make sure to share it on our social media when there's a new episode, but we're hoping to talk about all things Club 20. So we are gonna go ahead and pull up that promo for everybody. And then make sure the audio.
It's about more than those breathtaking sunrises. More than the future for those we care about. It's about seeing.
It was working when we tried it earlier.
Test, test, test.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's about more than those breathtaking sunrises. More than the future for those we care about. It's about seeing the whole picture and taking a stand. For over half a century, Club 20 has been the voice of Western Colorado.
Hello and welcome everyone to the new and exciting Voices of the Western Slope podcast. My name is Brittany Dixon and I will be your main host of the show. With this podcast, we will talk about all things Club 20. Club 20 is a 7-decades-old nonpartisan nonprofit organization that works to elevate and advocate on behalf of the 22 counties that reside west of the Continental Divide in Colorado. Since our conception, we have been known as the voice of the Western Slope, hence the name of our podcast, The Voices of the Western Slope. By listening to our show, you will learn more about our organization's past, present, and future, and everything that we have to offer, alongside the very issues that are impacting our region. We will hear from subject matter experts from all of our policy committee topics that we cover, and we will also have the opportunity to hear from elected officials and other state leaders. Tune into our podcast and learn more about what makes the Western Slope so special and why it is important to protect our Western way of life.
Because our way of life is worth protecting. Join Club 20 today. Visit club20.org to learn how.
that's definitely something new and exciting that we're doing, and we've recorded a few episodes so far. We're working on editing them, and we're gonna have them posted pretty soon here. We're gonna be talking about all sorts of issues all throughout our policy committees, have some special guests, and talk through the history of Club 20, some fun little tidbits of knowledge that we may not have already, and hopefully get some state elected officials to represent us as well on there. I wanted to do a big thank you to the entire podcast committee, but especially Mr. Raybeck, Wendell Kuntz, and Miss Kathy Backler. They were the minds behind it all, whether I liked it or not. So just keep your eye out for it all, and we're excited to share that with you. And if you have any ideas or suggestions, please feel free to share that with us. You know, we have a lot of topics lined up already, but we can schedule them in the next year too. All right, so we will go ahead and jump into federal updates because we do have some special guests joining us online. We do have Congressman Neguse himself joining us online, so we will go ahead and start with him, and then we shall jump over, staying in the House, over to Congresswoman Bobert's office, if he is on. Okay. Well, in the meantime, let's have Ms. Amy Tooker come up and talk about a special opportunity we have for you all this afternoon. There's the opportunity to take a tour of the Yerevan area and see the buried town.
It sounds so sad when you say it like that. So Jane Thompson with the Historical Society is going to give a tour this afternoon. And so if anybody wants to join on that tour and tour the historic town of Yerevan, that's a really special place to our family. My granddad was a miner. My great granddad was a miner also, and his family actually lived in a tent. There was 5 of them lived in a tent up on Calamity Mesa. My husband's grandfather worked in the mill, and his dad worked down in the mines also, and his uncle was a surveyor. So I used to go swimming at the swimming pool and played there as a kid. And so, you know, to have that town buried up on the hill is pretty emotional for us. So we definitely tried to keep that memory alive for everybody and educate on exactly what a cool town it was. So at 1:30, she's going to meet everybody at the big shade structure down there. It's on the right-hand side as you go down the ball field. You'll see the big flagpole, and there's a sign out front. And then she's going to take everybody on the north side of the highway and then show you pictures of what the town used to look like and where everything was in, you know, not real time, but in real perspective. And then later on, she'll take everybody up EE 22 road and show you where the town is buried. So that'll be a lot of fun, and she's a really colorful storyteller. So it should be really interesting, but that's a really special place for us. Yerevan, Madame Curie got her uranium samples for her experiments, her scientific experiments up there. Around Paradox in Yerevan, we got the uranium for the Manhattan Project. Vanadium was really big. It's definitely part of our history, and we're hoping that the Yerevan mineral belt is a part of our future. We've got critical minerals up there, copper, uranium, vanadium. We actually have more vanadium than uranium. There's 6-to-1 and 10-to-1 ratio in some areas. So everybody hears that word uranium and they go, ah, but it's actually a lot more vanadium than there is uranium, but it's in the same ore. So that's just one of our big assets here is the Yerevan mineral belt. But you'll have a good time. But 1:30 at the Shady Place for You, which was built by a local resident here.
Wonderful, thank you. And I know that there's a few more folks in the room here that could probably tell you a story or two from the Yerevan town as well. I know Ms. Callie Scritchfield and Janie Van Winkle too are close to the area here. So if you have any fun factoids, I'm sure they would love to learn that as well. So we are. Who is on iPhone online? Okay. We were working on messaging him and making sure that we were getting him up. So while we do that, please wait patiently. Oh, who has a dad joke? We can do that. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're getting him pulled up. Hello, Congressman Neguse. Thank you so much for joining us. We are excited that you were able to make some time for us today, and we're just so grateful to have you representing us alongside so many other great representatives. So I will turn it over to you, and you can go ahead and give us your updates.
Terrific. Well, I hope you can hear me okay in the room. Thank you so much for that very kind and generous introduction. And it's good to be with all of you. My regrets that I couldn't be there with you in person. We just ended our legislative work in Washington for the week. And so I arrived in Colorado very, very late last night and wasn't able to make it out in time to get to your neck of the woods, unfortunately, for this fall meeting, or I should say late summer meeting. But I'm hoping that I'll be able to join you all in person in September, and couldn't be more grateful for the opportunity. Always enjoy visiting with Club 20. Of course, I know that you all are well aware of the rich legacy that Club 20 continues to have in our great state of Colorado, and it's certainly not lost on me as a representative for much of the Western Slope, up in Grand County and Routt County, Summit and Eagle, of course, and being the representative for Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, being able to represent the headwaters of the Colorado River and all of the communities in the 2nd District west of the Continental Divide, from Yampa to Gypsum and Breckenridge to Granby, that call the 2nd District home. It's certainly of great benefit for me to be able to partner with all of you, to be able to get your insight, your ideas, your suggestions about ways in which we can advance thoughtful public policy that ultimately is undergirded by our shared values as Coloradans and the state that we care so deeply about. As some of you know, I've had the privilege of representing Colorado's 2nd District, which has changed a bit during redistricting, although the core of it remains the same, for roughly almost 6 years. It's been an eventful 6 years since 2018. I serve on the Natural Resources Committee, including the Public Lands Subcommittee, where I served as the lead Democrat, previously was the chair when House Democrats were in the majority, as well as on the Judiciary and Rules Committee. And now have the privilege of being able, in addition to representing, of course, our wonderful community in the Congress, which is a real blessing, but I also serve as the Assistant Minority Leader of the U.S. House of Representatives, and am just honored to be able to be a voice in the room for Colorado and for the Rocky Mountain West. Oftentimes find myself as kind of the only member from certainly the Rocky Mountain West and kind of the interior of the country. And so being able to be an advocate for the issues that I know we all care about, from wildfire resiliency and mitigation, public lands management, of course, ensuring that our water resources are protected and strengthened, and so much more. It's important for Colorado and for the Rocky Mountain West to have a voice in the room. And I am certainly doing everything I can to be that voice. And again, one of the reasons why this symbiotic partnership is so important, because I rely on all of you to, keep us apprised and informed about your needs and the needs of not just the communities that I represent on the Western Slope, but of course, the entire Western Slope, because this leadership role, although it is by virtue of representing the 2nd District, I consider myself a voice for our entire state when I'm in those leadership rooms. It's been an eventful 18 months in the 118th Congress. I will spare you a long diatribe here or summary of all that's happened. I suspect many of you have been watching it from afar, perhaps with a little bit of horror in terms of some of the chaos, unfortunately. But there have been some glimmers of areas in which we've been able to bridge the political divide, find common ground, move the ball forward. And it just so happens that those are areas that comport well with the issues that I know you all care a great deal about. So just to give you a few examples, I co-chair the Colorado River Caucus in the Congress. We, of course, are watching the negotiations very closely that the state of Colorado and the Colorado Water Conservation Board has been engaged in with the Upper Basin and Lower Basin states. Of course, I am an advocate for Colorado's position in those negotiations, and have certainly apprised the Bureau of Reclamation of my position in that regard. But there's a role for the Congress to play in allocating additional resources for water conservation projects. And there are a number of exciting projects on that front that are happening in different parts of our Western Slope. And we have been proud to be a partner in those efforts. We made progress in the last Congress, but just recently actually passed a bill out of the House a week and a half ago to reauthorize and strengthen some of the existing authorities within the Bureau of Reclamation and the USGC, just to ensure that ultimately communities on the ground, water users on the Western Slope, have the resources that they need to be able to make the investments that we know are necessary to protect this critical lifeline for our great state. On wildfire and resiliency, a primary focus for us the last couple of months has been, well, really the last 5 years, but in particular, it's kind of been pronounced, I should say, during the appropriations process, is a fix for wildland firefighters. As many of you know, having endured wildland fires in your district, or rather your jurisdictions, and of course, Colorado's 2nd district is no stranger to that. 3 major wildfires, the largest wildfires in the history of our state, all happened in my congressional district in the last 3 years. Wildland firefighters are grossly underpaid, and I believe it's an injustice and that it's something that merits the attention of federal lawmakers. We have a bill, it's bipartisan, to try to address holistically wildland firefighter pay, and we're making some progress, actually, some real headway on that front. Hope springs eternal that we can perhaps attach it to the continuing resolution that's likely to make its way through the Congress in September when we return for legislative business. Finally, I'll just say, with respect to wildfire mitigation and resilience, as you all know, the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act, the IIJA, allocated a really significant allocation of resources for forest management and for doing hazardous fuels reduction in our national forests, which we know is vitally important. A lot of that money went to the Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest. We have been advocating, of course, in my district, for more dollars to go to the White River National Forest, which is the most visited national forest in the United States of America, and the Route National Forest up north that, of course, spans across the Wyoming and Colorado border. I know that there are a wide variety of needs in Colorado's other 9 national forests. And even though those aren't necessarily in my district, we're certainly an advocate for that as well. Finally, the last issue I'll touch on, and then I'm just welcome your questions and look forward to your suggestions and ideas. We are working closely with the governor's office on mountain passenger rail and the exciting developments that portends for Routt County, for Craig County up in Moffett, potentially as well for the communities in Rio Blanco. And so I think there's a lot of enthusiasm. We're working really hard. I met with the Secretary of Transportation earlier this week when I was in Washington on Tuesday night to visit with him about not just passenger rail, but a variety of other projects in my district, I-70, and trying to secure some more money for the Vail Pass completion, which I know has been an issue for a lot of folks, those who are in the room for Eagle County. Anyway, a lot of happening on that front. It's been, as I said, a meaningful, eventful year and a half, and excited about the road ahead. We've got a lot of work to do. We did not get the Farm Bill done, which I think is a disservice to our ranchers and to our farmers. And so we're going to have to roll up our sleeves and get that done in a bipartisan way, which I'm committed to doing. And of course, pursuing any number of other policy items that I know are important to all of you. So I will stop there. Happy to take your questions. Julie Suter, I know is, I don't know if she's in the room or if she's with us virtually, but if she's not in the room, she's our Western Slope director, and she does an incredible job representing our community and, be it out there. And I know spends basically lives out of her car as she's traversing all the different counties in the 2nd district. So she's always available. And I suspect many of you have her cell phone number. And of course, the county commissioners in the room, certainly in my district, but others as well, I think probably have my cell, and feel free to reach out to me anytime.
Wonderful. Thank you, Congressman Neguse. So based on those statements, I can assume that we will be seeing you at our debates in September.
Oh, yes, that's planned. I haven't even seen the invitation, but of course I'd be delighted to come. So as long as I'm not in Washington, which, unfortunately the schedule has been a bit hectic this year, but in any event, yes, look forward to it.
Great. I look forward to connecting a little bit more, and we can talk through some more details. We're excited for that. Are there any questions for the Congressman? Yes, Tim. And please introduce yourself so he knows who's speaking. It's a little dark in the room, so.
Hello, hello, Congressman. This is Tim Revin, Routt County. And I think we've had this discussion before. We're trying to do some work to protect our national forests. And one of the biggest holdups is the process. Was very excited this week that the NEPA was completed on the Bear Zero fuel reduction. And so that will be able to move forward. But just like to share a little quick story with you. John Twitchell, who is our Colorado State forester in my area, wanted to treat an area that had pine bark beetles in it. By time the NEPA was completed, the beetles had killed all the trees and moved on to the next session. So, you know, I understand that it takes some time to do that process, but if there was some way that we could possibly streamline it, maybe historic NEPA, maybe large NEPA over an entire area, and then be able to, you know, drill down into the smaller parts of it. But, you know, we're waiting for studies to come back while I'm worried about my residents being burnt out of it.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. Good to see you, or at least be able to speak to you virtually. And thank you for the promotion in calling me Commissioner. I appreciate that vote of confidence. But I would say a couple of things. First, certainly empathetic, as you know, and we've had this conversation, and others in the room perhaps have heard me talk about this. I believe that we do need to pursue permitting reform, and have been very open and transparent about that. You know, before I was in Congress, I served, as some of you may recall, a long time ago, I guess 9 years ago, in Governor Hickenlooper's cabinet back when he was governor, as the head of our state's regulatory department. And my work there was really focused on trying to strike a balance between protecting the public, protecting consumers, and reducing unnecessary administrative burdens, so that we could unlock economic growth. And that was very important to the governor and very important to me in my job. And I think achieving that balance, as elusive as it is and has been, is incredibly vital. And unfortunately, I think you're right that, notwithstanding, of course, how passionate we feel about NEPA as a bedrock environmental law, which is incredibly important and, you know, one that we need to preserve, but at the same time, finding opportunities so that the example that you just provided does not become the rule, which unfortunately, at least in my conversations with commissioners and with folks on the ground and elsewhere, seems to be the case, I think is important. So there are a lot of conversations happening in the Natural Resources Committee. We've had some pretty robust debates. We've yet to come up with kind of a consensus-driven legislative vehicle that would achieve the reform that I think would meet that balance, that test in my mind. But I'm hopeful that we actually can get there. I've had some great conversations with the chairman of our committee, who's a Republican, Bruce Westerman, and you know, him and I disagree on a lot, but you know, we've had some great dialogue about trying to kind of, again, achieve this balance so that we don't ultimately end up, you know, harming communities as you've described, and creating some collateral consequences. So the short answer is, we're working on it, continue to work on it. And if you have, I would encourage everybody, if you have examples like the one you just provided, to send them to us, because they are helpful both in terms of illustrating the need for us to engage in some reforms, but also they could be instructive in the type of reforms we pursue. There's been some discussion around pilot project, you know, sort of creating a pilot project that you could then scale up depending on the circumstances. So anyway, very long answer to what was a very short question.
Alrighty, not seeing any other questions in the room. We thank you for your time today, Congressman, and I know that we will be in touch regarding the upcoming debates, which we look forward to seeing you at.
Trevor, well, great to see you all. Thanks again for the opportunity, and feel free to reach out anytime.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have, let's give him a round of applause. Yes, thank you, Ray. Next up, we have Ms. Naomi Dobbs, and is Clarice joining us up here too? No? Okay. Naomi Dobbs, who is the Southwest Regional Director, not representative, I misspoke yesterday. So let's join her, or welcome her to the stage.
Thank you. Yes, I do want to acknowledge Clarice Navarro, who is Congresswoman Boebert's District Director. And for today's update, a little bit different than yesterday. I kind of did a news thing and I didn't give a lot of data. I'm gonna have to give you some data today. And I'm gonna close on the Dolores Monument issue, but I'll be jumping around a bit, but sticking in ag and public lands with one exception. I do want to start by highlighting some ag information from last month, so still very recent. In June, Congresswoman Boebert announced co-sponsorship of HR 7468, which protects livelihoods for Americans, farmers and ranching communities. It's directing actions to ensure that Mexico complies with, I'm gonna have to read this, the 1944 Treaty on Utilization of Waters of the Colorado and Tijuana Rivers and of the Rio Grande. And Mexico has been taking more than its fair share and not providing their requirements. And so this legislation will support Colorado ag and was praised by the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association and the Onion Growers Association. So shifting to more recent news, yesterday, actually, the announcement came out. Congresswoman Boebert had several important agriculture and public lands appropriations pass the House, which were announced, like I said, just yesterday. And for context, in 2023, for fiscal year 2024, Congresswoman Boebert delivered wins to rural communities with 25 amendments that were passed into law. So that's your context. And then yesterday, Congresswoman Boebert announced 26 of her legislative initiatives have also passed the House now, and 18 were provisions included in Interior Appropriations Bill, and 8 were amendments to that bill, which passed on the House floor. We're going to do just a highlight of some of the 18 appropriations, not all of them, which are ag and public land specific, but I do want to backtrack to yesterday's Club 20 meeting. I know that's a little unfair, but I want to flag the water appropriations which passed the House, including $1 million for Project 7 Water Authority to ensure emergency drinking water access for 3 counties, Montrose, Delta, and Uray counties. Additionally, there was $35 million for rural water technical assistance grants, $25.5 million for rural clean water technical assistance grants. And we also went to mention an appropriation that was included and passed the House, which impacts all of us here today. And that is full funding for the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, or PILT, which is estimated at $600 million for fiscal year 2025, important to all of us in this room. So appropriations which passed for agriculture include $16.51 million for the BIA Irrigation Operations and Maintenance Program to address the deferred maintenance backlog and increase water storage, including the Southern Utes Indian Tribes Pine River Indian Irrigation Project. And the importance of that project for our water is something I just can't stress enough, having visited and seen that location. It is only operating at about 10% of its capacity. So much of the water that should be utilized in that area is just passing right through. So that was a very important appropriation. There was also, in the ag community here, bill language to delist the gray wolf from the endangered species list. I'm sure you're all aware also of Congresswoman Boebert's Trust the Science Act to achieve that as well. And $2.5 million to compensate ranchers for livestock killed by wolves. I know that's not enough, but we need to keep focused on making sure that depredation is fairly compensated and fairly evaluated when it happens. So now focusing on public lands, there was additional bill language to delist the Yellowstone grizzlies and the greater sage grouse that has a public lands focus, but also private property rights issues. And so now I want to shift to the 8 amendments that were announced yesterday as having passed the House by Congresswoman Boebert. But I won't go over all 8. I'm just going to focus on 3 which relate to public lands. So first is Amendment 13, which blocks the BLM's final rule titled Fluid Mineral Leases and Leasing Process, and that seeks to put the oil and gas industry out of business. That's what that lease process was seeking to do. And we are trying to make sure that that is blocked and that access is available for responsible American energy production. Amendment number 16, which passed the House, prohibits the BLM from locking up to 1.6 million acres of land in Colorado from responsible oil and gas production through Biden's proposal that is to revise the current management plans for the Colorado River Valley Office And that's a long acronym, CRVFO. I'm like, oh, thank goodness for the notes. And also the Grand Junction Field Office, which we're more familiar with. And then highlighting Amendment 17. Amendment 17 blocks the 400,000, or Colorado, 400,000 acre Dolores Canyon National Monument and prevents the president from using the Antiquities Act to designate this proposed land grab in Montrose, Mesa County, Montezuma, and San Miguel County and Dolores counties. So this is to block the Dolores Canyon National Monument. So before I proceed, I do want to acknowledge the community members here in Nucla especially, and Natarita, who are focused on this monument issue. You've put in so much volunteer hours and you're just a great example to your community. And I want to acknowledge the wisdom of what appears to be that we're seeing a unite by dividing to conquer approach to the monument issue. There is a group focusing on blocking the monument and land grab, which when you combine the acreage of the Uravan Mineral Belt stretching from Colorado into Utah is about 600,000 acres, which is definitely not a tightly construed space by any argument. And there's another group focusing on a backup plan to constrain the monument boundary. And then there's simultaneous work underway to achieve an NCA similar to the proposed NCA over the Dolores River corridor in San Miguel, Dolores, and Montezuma counties. So these are such big blocks of work, and the fact that there is some shifting into positions of responsibility to cover that is just amazing, and it seems to have happened very organically. So I commend this community. So I do want to focus on the NCA that is a bill right now. I want to focus on that to address some questions on the lower Dolores NCA. And some open questions that we hear quite often is, why has Congresswoman Boebert, why is she paused and why is she working on an amendment to the language of the NCA that is in Congress right now? So I want to provide that answer. I expect the question, so I'm going to give you the answer now. About this time last year, uranium increased in value, and that made the existing claims now feasible for exploration and mining, which they weren't before. But a long stretch prior to that, it just wasn't worth the investment, and the energy companies that were over those claims weren't pursuing as much the mining, and so they weren't as much of a participant during the bulk of those conversations during the Dolores NCA. Late last year, one of those companies with uranium claims approached Senator Bennett's office and raised concern that the language did not address, well, the language was a concern, that it would impact their ability to extract uranium. And I can't speak to those conversations, but I can say that in March, those concerns were kind of addressed as categorized as not as much warranted. And there was a reference that the NCA has specific language to grandfather in existing claims. And that is absolutely correct. That language is in the NCA and it's important language to be included. However, Congresswoman Boebert's office met with that mining company and then pulled this conversation to the House Natural Resources Committee. And it was determined that as written, that current NCA language could impede energy production. And so it is being corrected in an amendment. There was also some pushback in defense of the language as it had written without an amendment because it had already been reviewed and accepted by the Western Small Miners Association. And they provided a letter to Senator Bennett's office and it stated, quote, "We have reviewed the maps associated with the legislation and compared the areas with known and high, high probability developable mineral bodies. And we're satisfied that the bill will not significantly impair the development of mineral extraction in the region." Excuse me. Oh, that helped a lot. Now that quote that I read to you certainly seems like the box has been checked for protecting development of mineral extraction in the region, but actually it was not. The Western Small Miners Association doesn't really have a presence in policy, in the policy arena. There were no substantive memberships that we were able to find. And in fact, it does appear to be a very small entity. And the president of the entity makes their living in mining reclamation, not energy or mineral extraction. So having them speak on behalf of the energy producers wasn't as much of a protection as what is warranted. So Congresswoman Boebert, as you know, is a strong advocate for energy production and for keeping our public lands open for public use and for energy production and recreation, hunting. And so since March of this year, if you're not aware, Congresswoman Boebert has been publicly opposed to designating the Dolores Canyon as a national monument. And her Amendment 17, which just passed the House, specifically blocks this monument, which she has classified as a unilateral land grab that will cancel all mining in the uranium-rich area and hunting and cattle grazing and curtail motorized travel. So Congresswoman Boebert is opposed to the monument, so we make that clear, and she is also taking action to prevent the administration's use of the Antiquities Act to achieve a land grab in the Dolores Canyon. Later today, Congresswoman Boebert's office is conducting a meeting to help support and provide information for the upcoming August 3rd public meeting to halt the Dolores Monument, which is at 10 a.m. in Grand Junction at the Mesa County Fairgrounds. And today's support meeting, I can tell you, it includes, of course, Sean Pond and Daniel Pond, who are focused on halting the monument. The vice president of an international organization focused on keeping public lands open for multiple uses, founder of a national hunting association, and a state attorney general with specific expertise in this matter. And I will have to leave a bit early. I won't be able to join you for lunch because we'll be conducting that meeting, but I will answer any questions you might have at this time.
And we have probably time for just one because we are running behind and we do have our first speaker online joining us. And we haven't gotten to the Senate yet.
Okay.
Well, they will be in the room and you know how to hunt them down.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Brittany.
Alrighty, next we will move into the Senate, and I think we are going to start with Lisa from Senator Hickenlooper's office. So let's welcome Lisa Fula.
Morning, everyone. I will be fairly brief. First off, just want to say so the Senate offices will end our updates with what's happening around the conversations around the Dolores. So just a couple of updates regarding public lands first. And natural resources. So in the forestry realm, Senator Hickenlooper has two bipartisan bills to expand the U.S. Forest Service's ability to plan and invest in forest health and reforestation efforts. So the first one is the Branch Out Implementation Act, and then the other one is the Reforestation, Nurseries, and Genetic Resources Support Act. So both those would be offering state foresters greater flexibility to manage, plan, and implement their forest action plans, and would really strengthen existing reforestation and nursery programs. The motivation behind this is that we know state foresters know best how the changing climate and wildfires impact the lands they manage. So these bills really give them the resources and support to recover from wildfires and preserve our forests. On the agriculture front, so Senator Bennett sits on Senate Ag, but this is something that we are very closely paying attention to as well. So we are hopeful that we can get something done on the Farm Bill. Of course, last year there was a one-year extension passed. So we're looking at another deadline coming up very soon. But Senator Hickenlooper is going to be continuing his advocacy for drought resiliency initiatives and ag research initiatives. Specifically, he leads the bipartisan and bicameral Community College Agricultural Advancement Act, which would create a new program to provide resources for two-year colleges to build capacity for ag education and training. And then just to close, because I promised I would be brief, yesterday there was a very robust conversation on permitting reform, and I just want to reiterate that that is a huge priority of Senator Hickenlooper's. He sits on energy and natural resources where the conversations are happening, and you know, both Manchin and Barrasso have put forward a package that includes some key reforms that our office has been working very hard for to, you know, cut red tape and speed up the permitting process by several years so that we can get transmission. So please reach out if you have any further questions. We had some conversations about that last night as well. All right, I will hand it over to Senator Bennett.
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, Lisa, could we get a packet, excuse me, could we get a packet of the or the regulatory reform you're working on?
Yes.
Like a version of that email to our office, and then we'll share it over with the rest of the group.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. John Whitney from Senator Michael Bennett's office. I'll start with the Farm Bill. Congressman Neguse mentioned we're trying to get a bipartisan Farm Bill. Those negotiations are pretty stalled out at this time. That's not unusual. This is the fourth Farm Bill I've worked on. Almost always you get some kind of standoff on Farm Bills where there's a really spirited discussion about how to allocate the resources in the Farm Bill, the top line dollars between nutrition, things like food stamps and traditional farm programs. It usually works itself out. We usually always get to a bipartisan Farm Bill. It's kind of too big to fail. It's really our nation's rural policy bill is perhaps a better thing to call it than a Farm Bill, but we're hoping we'll get there. Probably have a hunch that it won't happen until after the election, until things cool down a little bit, but we'll keep trying. Michael does serve on the Ag Committee. He chairs the Forestry Subcommittee, and in that capacity, he's working on a whole lot of forestry bills that many of which have their origins and a lot of their provisions shaped by our work on the Western Slope. The first one I want to mention is the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program, also known as CFLRP or CFLRP. Sometimes people call it, but that's an incredible forest collaborative program that's got a solid track record of treating 5.7 million acres of forest land. You know, the Nucla Plateau had a big project years ago that Nancy Fishering and others worked on. There's projects all around the state going right now from the San Juans to the Front Range. And this bill will reauthorize the program, extend its authorization to 2032, increase the funding on projects, and really try and stress projects that achieve wildfire reduction, protect watersheds, and use good neighbor authority and stewardship contracts. Another quick bill we're working on is to reauthorize the Joint Chiefs Program. This is the kind of common sense program that authorizes the Forest Service and the NRCS to do work on both sides of the fence. The NRCS can do it on the private land. The Forest Service can do it on the public land, so you get that forestry treatment done on both sides. This will reauthorize that and ramp up the funding for it. We also have the Match Act, which is about post-fire recovery. And one of the things we've learned from some of the fires in Colorado is when you have a fire and people need to do restoration work, the NRCS has a great program for that, but unfortunately, by the time you get the paperwork done, sometimes people's properties are flooded out. So what this bill will do is enable people to go ahead and do that work before the paperwork starts, and then get credit for it for the match they need to pay for the federal cost share. So get that action moving a little quicker. We work on that bill with Senator Romney. We also have a bill to do an emergency forest watershed program on public land, because we have one on public land or private land through the NRCS. But one thing we learned in the Cameron and Troublesome fires is we don't have it on public land. So working on a bill to set up a program like that for public land. Sorry, I don't know if there was a comment, but I had a couple others, but the one I'll just mention real quick because it's really relevant here in this part of the country is we're working on a salinity bill. Keeping our salt loads low in the Colorado River is really critical. We haven't been always hitting those targets. So Senator Bennett has worked with the Salinity Forum to do a bill that will increase the federal cost shares for some of the salinity work that happens down in the Cortez country, right out here in Paradox, and down in the Grand Valley as well. So hoping that'll be a key part of the Farm Bill as well. With that, I'm going to pause and turn it over to Hillary if you wanted to cover a couple other topics, and then we'll wrap up with the Dolores.
So I was just gonna give a quick update on our Gunnison Outdoor Resource Protection Bill, which we fondly call our GORP bill. For, it's good old raisins and peanuts, but also protecting lands in Gunnison County. That bill started over a decade ago when the Gunnison County Commissioners appointed a working group that included ranchers, mountain bikers, motorized users, conservationists, sportsmen, and water users. All of those locally based folks came together and developed a consensus proposal for new wilderness and special management areas. That they sent that proposal to our office in 2019. And a couple of years ago, we put out a discussion draft of a bill based off of that proposal. And since putting out that discussion draft, we've really been working to broaden the conversation to more regional stakeholders, people who weren't included in that original stakeholder group, to get their feedback as well. Those conversations have been ongoing, but we've been making good progress and are wrapping up some final issues and hope to introduce this fall. As part of that, we were lucky to work with Robbie and Wendell in Delta County on some provisions for their county. We changed some acreage. We protected existing jet boat usage in the Gunnison Gorge Wilderness and a boat ramp, and also added a withdrawal for oil and gas in the North Fork Valley. That struck a good compromise there between what the potential was and some of the concerns around how future development could affect agriculture in that valley. Wendell, anything I'm missing there? Okay. All right. So we're hoping to introduce this fall. We'll introduce with the support of 4 Democrat counties and the Republican counties. And so I think we're making good progress there.
So wrap it up in the Doris, and Lisa might want to join us for this, but a quick update first on the Doris NCA bill. We've made a lot of progress on that bill this Congress. On the Senate side, Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper have been able to get the bill voted out of the Senate E&R committee with unanimous support, Energy and Natural Resources, which we're excited about. Touching on uranium, which came up earlier, uranium has really been a part of the conversation from day one on the Dolores. The group that assembled that bill had a lot of folks on both sides of the uranium issue, a lot of folks that were very pro-uranium. I put my friend Steve Garcher in that category here from Dolores County. So really both sides worked to find a good compromise that, balanced the needs for uranium production with conservation. And, we are very proud that the Western Small Miners, who we think of as a really incredible organization that really does speak for the mining industry. Their board is a lot of folks that own mining claims and advocate for mining. We think very highly of them. John Reams here in the local community, who many folks here know, is their board chair. They endorsed the Dolores NCA bill, which I think reflects the fact that it had a good balance on uranium. When we went through the markup process in the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, the ranking Republican member on that committee is Senator Barrasso of Wyoming, who I think is well known for probably being about the most pro-uranium senator in the country, maybe only second to Mike Lee from Utah, is also on that committee. But we worked closely with Barrasso's staff. They vetted the bill very, very carefully. They talked to all the uranium companies. They talked to everybody about whether or not the balance was right in the bill. They got information from the USGS on uranium deposits. And at the end of the day, both Republicans and Democrats on the committee agreed that it was a good compromise, a good balance, and they voted it out unanimously. I don't think that would have happened if Barrasso didn't think it was a good bill. So moving forward, we're hoping the bill can see some action on the House side. We're going to send a letter to the House Natural Resources Committee next week asking for a hearing on the House side, because the clock's ticking down here for this Congress, and we'd like to see action on this bill by the end of the year. There's talk of a public lands package being assembled. We would like the Dolores to be included. If that does come together, we hope Representative Boebert will join us on that letter requesting the hearing. On the Northern Dolores, turning our topic, that issue here that has been front and center here in this local community. All of us on the Senate side have been here a lot, hearing and working with the community, getting their perspectives on the Dolores Monument proposal. Both senators were invited to come here, and both did this spring and early summer to hear those concerns. Senator Bennett came here in June for a 3-day tour. His first stop was the Van Winkle Ranch. I think I see Jamie back there. He also came down through Gateway, met with the community there, went out in the field with uranium companies, held roundtables and smaller meetings, met with tribal leadership. And then it all culminated in a great town hall listening session here just down the road at the Nucla High School. Close to 500 people in attendance, both sides very well represented. Amy Tooker had a chance to speak and share her thoughts at that. Hickenlooper, had already been on the ground as well, holding similar sessions and heard that input. So the senators sat down, talked it over, and then on July 3rd, they issued a joint statement, which I think is worth reading because I don't think I can say it better than the senators. For decades, Coloradans have worked to find a sensible way to protect the Dolores River. Over the last several months, we've spent time in the northern Dolores Basin and had many conversations about its future. Based on these conversations, it is clear that Coloradans care deeply about this landscape and many want it permanently protected. We also recognize there are legitimate questions and the need for further discussion. We are committed to continuing to work with local leaders, public land users, affected counties, and tribes to determine the best path. No matter the tool we use to permanently protect the Dolores, we will follow these principles. Because we're short on time, I'll just summarize those, but basically the land will stay with the BLM. There won't be fees for entering. Grazing shall continue and be managed pursuant to existing laws. Mountain biking can continue. Rimrocker Trail will stay open. Mining can continue for all valid existing rights, and hunting and fishing shall stay the same, and existing water rights will be protected. Now, these are just a starting point. There are going to be harder issues to find the balance on that will need further conversation and can't really be easily summarized, but we're starting from that baseline of just really simple and easy positions to clarify. So where we are now, when Michael was on the ground here in June, he really clearly heard from a lot of people, particularly the two counties here, Mesa and Montrose, that they were really open to the idea of a national conservation area up in this northern part of the Dolores Basin, just as we worked on in the south, and that they would really prefer working forward on that idea. I note that Club 20 also asked for alternative approaches to a monument in their letter. So we're excited to see an NCA proposal from both Mesa and Montrose just came out this week, transmitted over to us. There's an article about it in the Grand Junction Sentinel. So we're very open to that idea of an NCA or a monument done through legislation, and we plan to sit down and work with both sides on that. There's now two proposals on the table, an NCA from the county, a monument from the Dolores River Coalition. So we really plan to begin the work in earnest to see if we can find a middle ground here between these two proposals that can get broad support. The nice thing about that process is we're really not starting from scratch. We really have a blueprint and a template from this work from the Southern Dolores. We've wrestled with a lot of these issues, whether it be water policy or uranium or grazing. We have a bill that has broad bipartisan support from Democratic counties, Republican counties, 2 Democratic senators, a Republican congressman. So I think we can draw inspiration and the model from the South where we can find middle ground, and we have to, and we can recognize that compromise isn't a dirty word. It actually is what we should work toward. So we plan to start that process in earnest here. We're hoping to see if we can reach an agreement by October, which would preserve the ability to see if we can get something legislative included in a possible year-end public lands package. So we're excited about that process, excited to be on the ground, meeting with people, going over maps, discussing the best way forward. And with that, I'll pause and see if I missed anything that my colleagues want to add, and then we'll take questions if there's time.
I just want to reiterate that Senator Bennett was so grateful to this community and to Gateway for welcoming him here, for spending a lot of time with him and making sure he understood how folks are feeling and what they're seeing on the ground. I think that was, he really valued that. And so just want to share that thanks that he had for these communities. Similarly want to say that Senator Hickenlooper was very grateful to be on the ground at the end of April. I know emotions were running high, very high at that time, and heard lots of feedback that, just folks being grateful that he took the time out early on in the process to hear from folks here in the West End and up in Grand Junction and all the way in between. So thank you to these welcoming communities.
Hi, thank you for coming all the way over here to the West End. My name is Scott Majoris. I'm in Montrose County. and soon to be placed in as county commissioner. My question is this: since 15 years of negotiations failed to come to an agreement on an NCA, why are we able to, in your goal is to have this wrapped up by October? How is it that that could happen so quickly with all parties in agreement? And what's the rush?
Well, we don't think it would be possible if we didn't already work out a lot of these issues down south. I mean, the issues in the north are not dissimilar from what we have in the south, and we spent a long time to come together on that bill in the south. And I remember when that bill was very controversial, and there was a lot of heated opinions on it, but we sat at the table, we figured it out, and we got to a place that I would say that bill's kind of right exactly in the middle of the political spectrum, which is why it's attracted such broad bipartisan support. And we just don't think there's any reason we can't do something very similar in the north. If we had to start from scratch and write provisions from scratch, I think it would be a different story. But, you know, I think a lot of those provisions we've agreed to in the South, you know, on things like grazing policy, you know, we've got a great provision in there that we worked on with Al Heaton, the rancher that runs cattle in the Southern Dolores. So we think we can use that as a starting point. We recognize it's ambitious time frame, and we may not get there, but we would like to make a shot at wrapping this up this year, and partly because there could be a public lands package happening this Congress, and it would be nice to reach final resolution if we can. At the end of the day, it might be too ambitious. We might not be able to get there, but we'd really like to aspire to that, because once a public land package happens in Congress, there usually isn't another opportunity for another 3 to 7 years to get your bill passed into law. So we'd like to make a shot at wrapping it up. But a lot of that will depend on, can we come together? Can we figure it out? We want to give it a shot.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Yeah, you bet. Look forward to working with you.
And will you guys be here for
Yeah.
the entirety?
Yeah, we'll be here. So folks, I know we need to move on with this agenda. We're probably behind here, but we will be here till the end of the meeting. So if folks want to have side conversations, we're happy to do so.
And there may, sorry, one Ray back, two Ray backs. Just 1 second. So we will have some more time, probably throughout the duration of the day where this topic will be brought up. So I'm sure there will be time to ask the senators' offices more questions throughout the duration.
Thanks.
Okay, so we will jump into the PLNR committee now. It's strange looking up there and not seeing Miss Nancy, but you'll see her a little bit later this afternoon. Take it away, Bonnie.
Good morning. I'll try to see if I can move us along a little bit here. Well, I'm Bonnie Brennan, Executive Director for the Colorado Wool Growers and your co-chair for Public Lands Natural Resources Committee. Welcome to the Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. In the interest of time, we're not going to go around the room for introductions this morning. So if you're asking a question, please just introduce yourself when you ask your question. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy and development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, Andrea or Brittany will help you, or the Raybeck show here on my left. Ray would be happy to help you. He's always reeling in members for us. So for those seated, just a reminder for those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, don't turn your microphone on until you've been acknowledged, and then turn your microphone off once you are finished speaking. If you're asking questions, we've got a microphone over there at the table, or staff will be walking around to help you. Also want to thank our sponsors. There's a sign over in the corner that lists all of the meeting sponsors. So thank you for helping and making this meeting a success. I do want to thank my co-chairs, Robbie LaValle and Callie Scritchfield. They're the brains of the outfit. I'm just the workhorse. I think most of you know, or if you don't know it, it's no secret that I'm a technical lawyer and not a public speaker yet. Here I am. So, let's just keep moving. Before we jump into our first, speaker, I did want to mention that Dave Neely with the San Juan National Forest is, here is the forest supervisor. Dave, thank you for joining us. And if we have a few minutes after we hit our scheduled speakers, we'll give you a few minutes if you like. So, thanks Dave for joining us. We really appreciate that. Our first speaker is Alan Bittner. He's the BLM Deputy State Director. Director Bill Sack wasn't here this morning, so we appreciate Alan joining us. I'm sorry we're a little bit behind, but Alan's going to talk to us about the public lands conservation.
Well, good morning, everyone. And I know the agenda is a little bit behind, and apologies on behalf of Doug Vilsack, our state director. He couldn't make it today, so I'm going to just give a brief overview of the public land rule. I'm going to focus a little bit of attention on a couple examples on restoration and mitigation leases. I noticed in the agenda the public lands rule was there, and conservation leases. That's no longer the terminology between draft and final. It was clarified based on comments and other things that we moved from conservation leases to restoration leases and mitigation leases. So we'll clarify just a little bit of that in a few minutes, and hopefully we have a few minutes to answer any questions. There is quite a bit on our website too. I can give you those links afterwards that shares a lot of exactly where we're at right now. Internal direction on the public land rule to BLM staff around the nation is still being finalized, despite the fact that the public land rule has been enacted. So just keep that in mind, that our direction is still coming, and our specificity of how we respond to leases that come in the door, potential leases. It is the BLM's discretion to grant a lease or to reject a lease as it comes into. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, but just a few overview things here before we get into.
1 second, Alan, you muted yourself. There we go.
Sorry about that. I picked up my piece of paper and bumped my keyboard, and somehow it muted. So, okay. Like I said, there's two distinct conservation practices in this public lands rule: the restoration leases and mitigation leases. Neither one of these leases would preclude any valid existing rights. So they don't supersede existing authorizations or anything else like that. Sorry, I'm gonna open up my water here too. Couple other things that the public land rule does. It applies existing landscape health standards across public lands. So the easiest way to think about this is the land health standards we have for grazing. They are being applied across other uses on public land. However, we are also looking to internally from headquarters establish exactly what that looks like. So those land health standards are still being finalized at HQ, but as a starting point, they're using the grazing land health standards and applying those to all other uses. It keeps the 4 fundamental land use health standards in place. So a functioning watershed, nutrient cycling and energy flow, water quality, habitat for endangered, threatened, sensitive species, including plants. I mean, those are the 4 basic fundamentals of those land health standards. They're broken down a little bit more in depth as it comes to grazing, but those land health standards will be applied across public lands. So that's a key to the public lands rule. Another thing is that the public lands rule really balances development with other uses like recreation and conservation. Protects the healthiest intact landscapes, promotes restorations, avoids impacts that degrade land health. It maintains those intact lands that support so many important things like wildlife habitat, migration corridors, and ecosystem function. It also promotes locally driven and locally led conservation. It's consistent. It also gives direction on ACEC. So it gives direction to land managers on how we would prioritize and designate areas of critical environmental concern, which is part of FLPMA, or the Federal Land Policy Management Act. Sustainable recreation is compatible with conservation, especially in these restoration and mitigation leases that we'll talk about a little bit more. And the lease, any type of lease that we authorize, if it conflicts with a valid authorization, it would not end up being authorized at all. We would not issue that. So another big component is responsible development. So clean energy development with all kinds of other development would continue to be permitted, even when those unavoidable impacts might result. But these leases are then a tool where there's unavoidable impacts that we can mitigate those. One other thing that we're doing out of our National Operations Center, at least initially, is conducting watershed condition assessments. Those will have to be done for land use plans going forward, which is a larger scale. So our NOC, our National Operations Center, is beginning that data work anyway on watershed condition assessments. And then out of our Grand Junction field office, we're going to pilot ground truthing that, or working a watershed condition assessment on the ground. We're also incorporating other data like our AIM program, our assessment inventory and monitoring program, into the data gathering that will be a part of the public land rule as well. So unless there's any overview questions of the public land rule, I'll dive a little bit more into restoration and mitigation leases. So I'll just pause for a minute and see if there's any questions related to the rule overall.
Do you have any questions specific to this? Rob LaValle?
Alan, this is Rob LaValle, Delta County, just specifically on the watershed assessments. It's not clear in the language that's coming out from the headquarters, as I understand it, that the local communities will actually have a role in that assessment and review of that assessment. And given what we saw in the initial rollout of some of the drought management language, it is very critical that the local communities and those that are impacted by that watershed assessment, because as I understand it, that watershed assessment is going to be used broadly. It does need to come from headquarters and from the state office, how the local communities will not only be able to review, but edit and certainly add the expertise in the technical science and the on-the-ground knowledge there.
Yes, and I don't disagree with that. I think that how that will play out for us here in Colorado is that that first example out of Grand Junction that they're planning, as far as taking the National Operations Center's data that they're going to run on watersheds throughout the state, which will take a while. They'll bring that data to the table, and then they will go locally to a specific watershed. And that's what's going to happen in Grand Junction, where they're going to look the field crew there. And yes, I don't disagree that local input is very important.
Alan, I think you can move on.
Okay. So I know this was in the subject line anyway, but the restoration and mitigation leases, like I said before, we moved from the terminology in the draft of conservation lease and clarified it more in the final, that conservation leases would be restoration and mitigation leases. So with that, it provides an opportunity where there's a process to apply for either one of these types of leases, and the discretion is then with the BLM. But for example, a nonprofit organization or a conservation district could put people to work on restoring lands that might be degraded, trying to bring them back to an intact landscape. And that could also be part of compensation. So if somebody has unavoidable impacts. Of course, when we have a project, we want to avoid, minimize, compensate, following that path. But when there's unavoidable impacts, then you potentially could hold a mitigation lease that would assure that any restoration that took place or was mitigated because of other impacts would be protected and help restore degraded habitats or protect intact landscapes and functioning ecosystems that are already there. So let me give you an example here. To say a solar project comes in and it affects or identifies lands with wilderness characteristics that it's going to have an impact on. The developer themselves could apply for a mitigation or restoration lease and protect values somewhere else, like recreation values in a different location, or protect wilderness in a different location with that lease. And the term of that lease would coincide with the term of the impacts that were being felt somewhere else by that solar project. Another example might be a nonprofit organization might be interested in improving mule deer habitat. So they could apply for a restoration lease where they do some work on public land that restores some habitat for mule deer, and the restoration lease would cover that restoration activity to make sure that it takes hold, that that the goals of that restoration are met, and that lease would be in place for a period of time. Again, none of these leases preclude valid existing rights that are already on the land. They're just things that would help proponents mitigate for impacts on the mitigation side, or restore on the other side where we see landscapes that need some help or restoration. I have another example here. A transmission line is coming through, for instance, and affects bird species habitat. We could consider an application for mitigating that transmission line's habitat impacts, and we just make sure that those things are effective for the term of those impacts on that development. So the final rule also, I mentioned conservation districts earlier. I know we're working with a couple different conservation districts right now. One, we don't have leases in the door under the public land rule, but we do have mitigation dollars in the Northwest for sage grouse habitat on a couple of transmission lines. In the future, you might be able to use these leases to help out there. But the final rule enabled conservation districts and state fish and wildlife agencies across the country to apply for these restoration or mitigation leases in different scenarios. So a couple of examples there. I can give you links to some of this information that's on our web. And like I said, we're still waiting for the final guidance that comes to staff, to managers and staff across the country on how to respond to things that come in the door. But the rule is final, and to my knowledge, we have not seen applications yet on leases from any entities, but the door is open now. I think after 30 days of the rule going final, the door is open for us to receive any, and then we would consider and have to make a decision on those. Questions related to restoration or mitigation leases?
Hi, Alan. Excuse me. Hi, Alan. This is Drew Kramer with Tri-State Generation Transmission.
Hi.
I'm just curious. The bipartisan infrastructure law has provided something like $3.5 billion for wildfire management. DOE has money, FEMA has money, the Forest Service has money, but the administration is putting billions of dollars wisely toward wildfire management. Tri-State's applied and received some of that money. We're very focused on wildfire mitigation, particularly in this part of the state. We've received money to do some of that work. I'm curious how things like vegetation management, perfecting existing right-of-ways, not building new lines, but doing the grid hardening work to make sure our existing lines are safer, going in and trimming vegetation and managing the existing rights of way, how that kind of work interacts with Sweet Clover. I know there's a lot of concern that some of that work will be curtailed, or will be more difficult. And obviously, that's work the administration wants us to do, and our stakeholders want us to do, and we want to do. And we want to make sure nothing here is going to make that work more difficult.
Yeah, I don't believe it will. I mean, wildfire mitigation is hugely important, and I know that those existing lines, I mean, we've seen when I was in California before I came here, just devastating fires based on what looked like were lines that, and for whatever reason, I mean, we can debate all the whether it was actually caused by the lines or not. But anyway, there is a risk there, and we don't want that risk to turn into wildfires for sure. So I don't see this as impacting it. If anything, we might be able to use it as a tool for mitigation elsewhere, or something like that, if there are additional impacts to trying to keep the lines clear of wildfire risk due to transmission lines. So I don't know if that answered your question very well or not, but I don't see it as an impediment to keeping lines clear and mitigating that risk.
Oh, that's reassuring to hear. We just want to make sure it's still a priority to deal.
Charlie has a question, and I'm giving us our 5-minute warning. We're gonna wrap up in 5 minutes.
Good morning, Alan. Holly Scritchfield. So I wanted to ask the question, you were talking about using the NIFWIP and or the conservation districts for some of these funds. I just want to give you an example and encourage you to use directly to the conservation districts as much as you can. We currently are working with NIFWIP. One, it's taken us over a year to get our documentation from the time they notified us that we have received the grant. It took us a year to get the actual documentation. So while I think they do a nice job, I think they have more money than they can manage right now. So if you can send that right straight to the conservation districts, it'll cut you out at least 10% admin fees, and it'll get your money on the ground a whole lot faster.
Yeah, I understand. I know we're doing some important work with conservation districts. We're on a whole nother front. We're working with Eagle County Conservation District now on virtual fence. We're getting some money from our new foundation, the Foundation for America's Public Lands. So that's one place we're working. We're also working in the Northwest, like I mentioned, to get some dollars back on the ground, especially on private land through Colorado First Conservation District.
And I encourage you to continue to work directly with them. You'll have a lot better luck. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Jamie, I believe you had a question. This may be our last question session.
Thank you, Bonnie. Good morning. My name is Katie Van Winkle. I'm a cow-calf producer from Mesa County.
Hi.
I always appreciate the very technical questions that. How's that? Is that better? Yeah, okay.
I can hear you.
The very technical questions that Robbie asked, and I'm never very good at technical things, but from a perspective as a rancher on the lands that's stewarding the lands right now, I do have some concerns with the new rule. And specifically, if I have a lease that I'm 7 years in, and an environmental group comes in and gets a lease in year 7, for example, my lease is renewed at year 10. How do we work together when we have polar opposite goals on the landscape? Their goal is to get cows off. Our goal is to care for the land through the use of grazing. And so I'm really concerned about how that interaction is going to work on the lands, not in someone's office, not in DC, but how is it going to work on Horse Mountain and Mesa County?
Yeah, no, that's a very valid concern, and I appreciate the question. I don't see, number one, we're not going to do something that infringes on the existing right that's already there. And that's been made very clear in this public land rule that that's not going to happen. So When you say an environmental group comes in, I mean, it's at our discretion to grant something from an environmental group or any other group that wants to have a lease for a restoration of habitat or to mitigate for impact somewhere else. Those are those two categories. So when somebody comes in the door, it's at our discretion to grant a lease like that would protect or restore habitat or mitigate for some other action, but it's not going to infringe on that already existing right that is there. And I think that from my frame of mind as a manager, I would be definitely talking to the permittee and those that have rights on the land already where a potential lease comes in the door. And we don't have any examples yet in the door. We don't have our final direction from headquarters to management and to BLM in the field on how to respond to some of these things. But I can tell you unequivocally, the rule clearly states that we're not going to impact those valid existing rights, like the grazing rights and the grazing lease that's already on the land. If anything, we want to enhance that. And I would love to see some things come in the door from communities that enhance that as well. So for instance, if you're grazing out there and you're doing everything that you can to protect sage grouse habitat within your allotments, is there a lease that can be put on there for to recognize that work that you're doing related to protecting that habitat as you're grazing out there? And what entity, maybe a conservation district, would bring that kind of lease proposal forward to us? I'm very interested in seeing something like that come across the table, and it'd be great if it happened here in Colorado as an example to the nation.
We're gonna need to move on now. Sorry, Janie, I know you're great on following up with agencies. So, Alan, thank you so much for filling in short time for us. I do have some specific comments regarding the lawsuit with the multiple use groups filed against the conservation and landscape rule. I'm going to say that till we get our ever scheduled speakers. So thanks again, Ellen, for joining us.
Okay. Well, and feel free to reach out. I'm happy to engage, and if you want to follow up on any of those questions or anything, I'm happy to engage and visit some more on how we're moving forward with this rule. So thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pat Dorsey. Many of us know Pat from our distinguished career with Colorado Division of Wildlife. It's great to see you after all these years, Pat. Pat is with the National Wild Turkey Foundation. She's been there since 2019. She's the Director of Operations for the West Region, which covers 9 states. And she's going to give us an update on the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative.
And Dave, she's warning us about the court. So I brought with me David Neely, who's the supervisor of the San Juan National Forest. I'm going to give a brief introduction to the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative and turn it over to Dave to talk about the accomplishments in the Southwest that we've been able to make. So real quickly, and go ahead and advance that. I don't think it moves to another slide, but I think I have a pretty picture. Yeah, go ahead 4 more times. I think there's like 3, there's a bunch of things, right? So the cool thing about RMRI, Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative, it started back before all this legacy funding and before we had a ton of money going into forest restoration. So we had to look at ways of like, how can we combine all the stuff that we're doing? Whoops, go back one, sorry. How can we combine all the stuff that we're doing to have an impact on the landscape? And so we came up with 4 shared values, which are communities, recreation, wildlife and habitat, and water. And 1 mission, which was to increase the pace and scale of the work that was being done in Colorado. For those of you that aren't familiar, Colorado was at that time burning about an average, and by burning, I mean by wildfire, over the course of that 10-year period, about 168,000 acres. And we were losing like 218,000 acres to beetles. The US Forest Service in Colorado was able to do about 40,000 acres of restoration every year. So we're losing 400,000 acres, be able to restore 40,000 acres. It was clear we needed to do something. So the National Wild Turkey Federation, the US Forest Service at a national level, got together, came up with this idea. And fortunately for us, it ended up in the West. It ended up in Region 2. And even more fortunate is we ended up with the leadership that we have on the San Juan, and we were able to implement it in Southwest Colorado. So now the next slide. So the other thing that's unique about the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative, it required the Forest Service and all of us to show up differently. We had to have, and I forgot, she gave me a clicker and I'm like, do the work for me. But it required all of us to show up differently, right? Partners had to dig in. We had to put our priorities on the table. We had to bring some money to the table. We had to bring our workforce capacity to the table. It's not just a Forest Service problem in Colorado, it's an all of us problem in Colorado. And you can see from the list of partners there, we've got conservation organizations, private industry, municipal utilities providers, all of that kind of stuff. And so that was the other goal, is how do we get these non-traditional partners to the table? The other thing we recognized, we needed all the tools. Couldn't just do prescribed fire. You can't just do conservation work. You couldn't just do commercial timber. You needed all of it to make the impact that we needed and to make the best use of the taxpayer dollars. So I tried the clicker thing. What a great idea. The other thing that we realized is there were some significant issues in Colorado that we needed to address that could raise all boats. We needed to work on increasing social acceptance for this work. We've all seen really good projects delayed or postponed or not done because somebody had an issue with it at the last minute. So how can we bring partners to the table and get the social acceptance done? Biomass, what do we do with all this stuff? A lot of it's low value, it's small diameter. There isn't a use for a 2x4 out of that kind of wood. What do we do with it? And then the last one is workforce development. The average age of somebody working in the timber industry is about 70 years old. If we need them to work for the next 10 years, I hope they retire somewhere in there for their own sake, right? So how do we get more workforce? And then the last thing is working at landscape scale. So we picked those 3 priority landscapes, but the Southwest is what we call our premier or our Gucci landscape. I'm not sure which. With that, I'm going to turn it over to David Neely, and I want to thank you all for having us here. I appreciate Club 20 being willing to just put different viewpoints on the table and do it in a way that we can all talk about.
Great, thank you very much. So just click.
Yeah.
Well, there may be hidden animation in here that I forgot about also. So, we've got a tremendous collaborative environment in Southwest Colorado. Again, Dave Neely, Forest Supervisor, San Juan National Forest. I was fortunate to inherit a lot of the groundwork that was done with the launch of the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative, really representing people coming together in a collaborative spirit, working through values differences at the collaboration table rather than through some less successful means. And touched real quickly on a couple of examples in the different value sets that Pat was touching on. So first off, just a map of the landscape running basically from the northwest corner of the San Juan along the southern boundary all the way over just into Archuleta County. And there's several focal landscapes that stakeholders paid attention to right around Dolores, Mancos, Durango, and north of Bayfield were areas where stakeholders thought there was a real overlap of those values and an opportunity to move the needle in a meaningful way. You can see some of the work that we were able to accomplish across all lands and through a whole host of partners and implementers here. The summary, kind of some highlights on the right. Almost 14,000 acres of hazardous fuel reduction work in the wildland urban interface. Really pleased both La Plata and Montezuma counties revised their community wildfire protection plans. We had 614 acres of private land, wildfire hazard mitigation, 393 structures protected by thinning for D-space work, home wildfire assessments, and I'll talk more about the Wyden Authority there on the bottom and on another slide. I also want to highlight, we were able to take some of that investment from the bill and IRA funds and put $7.2 million into a good neighbor agreement with the state of Colorado State Forest Service, which is going to allow us to work through that good neighbor program on forest health, hazardous fuels, insect and disease mitigation for years to come. So we're really pleased with that. A quick summary of our overall objectives for the Southwest landscape and where we are to date. Ambitious goal of 310,000 acres treated across all lands. We're just over 83,000 acres currently. The reason for that gap largely has to do with the challenges with prescribed fire windows when weather and conditions are right to be able to put fire on the ground and achieve the desired objectives and avoid undesirable outcomes. Those windows can be fleeting, and so that's largely where the gap is. We still are making, I think, pretty impressive progress. So a couple of examples here, starting with the water value. This project occurred on private land. Mancos Conservation District, Mountain Studies Institute worked together with funding from the CWCB Reserve Program, funding from Southwest Basin Roundtable, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Restore Colorado, remove this fish barrier, putting in beaver dam analogs and these post-assisted log structures, helping to reconnect to the floodplain, improve riparian conditions, all of these things that generally affect watershed health and improve water quality and quantity at scale. Talking about fire, we pay a lot of attention to wildfire mitigation. On the right, an example of, we've been burning in the Vallecito Piedra area, north of Bayfield, east of Durango. And we were able to accomplish in 23, just over 3,000 acres of beneficial fire effects on that landscape. And we did use the Wyden Authority, which allowed for 200 acres of treatment on private land. That allowed us, there's places where the efficient location to contain a wildfire or a prescribed fire is not following the property line. You know, the toe of the slope where the road runs, where the timber comes down and turns into a park or onto a pasture. So we were able to work with landowners to put those Wyden agreements in place and do some treatment on private lands that need the same kind of treatment we're doing on National Forest System lands in a more efficient way. We were able to accomplish those 3,000 plus acres at about $37 an acre, in part based on those efficiencies. I do want to spend a little time on the dry lake fire. You know, Pat mentioned all the tools we have to deal with the wildfire crisis that we're facing. We have mechanical treatments, commercial timber sales, contracts for thinning and other types of hazardous fuel work. We have prescribed fire. The third tool that we're really trying to embrace in the San Juan National Forest is taking advantage of natural ignitions, lightning strikes that occur within our pre-identified pod boundaries, our pre-identified control lines, sometimes within our prescribed fire units. And instead of going direct on those strikes and keeping the fire at the smallest possible footprint, when the conditions are right, we're using indirect tactics to suppress the fire, using pre-identified lines, blacking out off those lines, burning out the interior and gaining more beneficial effects. Because science tells us that fire on the landscape is one of the most beneficial ways of reducing the effects of wildfire under conditions that we don't have good suppression options. So with the dry lake fire, we were able to achieve about 1,400 acres of beneficial effects in an area we had planned to burn anyway. And we used this successfully in a few other examples in Archuleta County with the Snow Ranch fire this spring, in Montezuma County with the Spring Creek fire, and also in Montezuma with the Hope fire, which was last fall. Those three fires together, we achieved about 9,000 acres of beneficial effects. If we'd gone direct and suppressed those fires using conventional tactics, cut a new fire line around that start, it would have been 3/4 of an acre total. 3/4, 9,000. We think the trade-off is worth it. And we're really, really, really interested in making sure that we're in alignment with community leaders, county sheriffs, emergency managers, county commissioners, stakeholders, landowners, adjacent landowners especially, to make sure that everyone's comfortable in that approach and that we're sharing risk and understanding across our communities. I do want to highlight Animas City. This is just, for those that know Durango, that's the mesa just northwest of town. It's right there, visible from everywhere in Durango. Bureau of Land Management land up on top of that mesa, and all hands came together for a prescribed burn that accomplished just under 500 acres of beneficial effects, knitting together with work done by the state, by the county, by the city, by the Forest Service, and the BLM. That fire is, I wish I had the picture that you had from Camino del Rio heading north on 550 through town. The column was huge. In most cases, it would have been perceived as really quite worrisome. 911 dispatch center reported 93 calls on the morning we ignited it, which I think is a testament to the collaborative environment and the coming together of the community around this approach to address a real concern that's out there. So I would just highlight BLM for their success in this one. On our recreation emphasis, partners like San Juan Mountains Association, one of many who help magnify the presence that we simply cannot affect on our own in the land management agencies. Over 2,000 visitor contacts, 143 pounds of trash removed, 199 miles of trails maintained, helping to improve the visitor experience that's so critical for the recreation economy, the tourist economy that many of us depend on for livelihoods across the West Slope. So those are just a few examples of the collaboration, the all hands, all lands approach, and happy to take any questions that you all may have. Pat too.
Sir, got our 5-minute warning, so Nancy, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to inform Club 20 that we've been very active day one. Thank you, Cindy Dozier, who goes to every one of those meetings, either by Zoom or in person. And we have always embraced that, and we've been very collaborative with that. I just wanted to connect that dot specifically, and thanks.
Yeah, and if I could add that, RMRI at the state level has a steering committee and leadership committee. Cindy Dozier represents communities, so that value of communities for the entire West Slope on behalf of Club 20. So Cindy, I want to thank you too, a great opportunity, and thank you for catching that. But thank you for all you do. She also helps us on the social acceptance piece.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you all. That's very kind. And it's been a pleasure to be involved. And I was so excited when, as Pat described, it ended up in the Club 20 region, the marquee project. And Dave, so excited to have you as supervisor of the San Juan. Kara started it and you're continuing it. We'd love to see fire used effectively and strategically, and along with all the other tools in the toolbox. But I do want to say we are 5 years into this project at this point, and I appreciated the update on the acreage and also the reminder that these are strategic acres, that the 495 outside of Durango should matter to the people in La Plata County in a huge way. And we are so excited for all the work that has been done and so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. And I would emphasize that point. A lot of these are what we consider to be high value acres, really making a difference. The Columbine Ranger District's designed what's been described as a catcher's mitt to try to protect identified values on the landscape, including water resources, power lines, branches, structures, and designing prescribed fire units in a way that we can systematically go through and piece together those high value acres in a way that's really going to be protective of the community values that are so important to the quality of life we enjoy here.
I'd just like to add that RMRI was one of these things. It was a pilot project. It's designed to be expanded into other areas where it makes sense and you have the right people on the ground. So if any of you are interested, Dave and I can serve as, some help or support or give you some ideas on how to make that happen.
We've got one question online, and that's going to be our last question for this topic.
Jenny Harrington, can you go ahead and ask your question?
Yes, I was just wondering, in those first four principles, I think that's what you call them, but the water, the community, recreation, wildlife, and water, why grazing or ranching wasn't considered in there too as a partner, because I serve on, I'm Holy Cross Cattlemen's representative, and I serve on the Roaring Fork Wildfire Collaborative as the cattlemen's rep over here, and I just see that piece, and I know you just mentioned ranching, and so that's great, but the great things that we can do to prevent wildfires and restore habitat and stuff, and I just wonder why it was not considered in that 4 blocks of that fancy picture that you talked about.
Yeah, my messy picture. So it was considered, and we included ranching and agriculture in the wildlife and forest value. So it is included, and I would say agriculture also overlaps with healthy, vibrant communities and the economy as well. But we had that discussion and thought it was included in the other values.
I appreciate that. Maybe just having that explained would be good, because so many times folks don't understand the role agriculture plays. And so, you know, us in agriculture and grazing and ranching understand, but others do not. So that helps bridge that rural urban divide. Thank you.
I agree with you, and that's on me. I'll add it to our talking points. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Pat and Dave. We appreciate your time. Are you going to be able to stay for lunch? Okay, super. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And we'll move into our last speaker segment with Mike Crosby. Mike, I failed, I think, to get your bio. So if you could give us a few words about your background before you get started, please.
And just be careful of the cords up there too. And we'll get the mouse going for you.
Hi, my name's Mike Crosby, and I'm from Middle Park, and I'm a retired district wildlife manager from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. At the time, it was Division of Wildlife. And being in Middle Park, I dealt exclusively a lot with winter range issues in the wintertime. I know it's kind of hard to talk about wintertime when it was 100 degrees yesterday, but it's an initiative that we got going that I'd like to just run you guys through the website. With increasing recreation in wintering areas for big game, we've seen some decreases in big game and impacts to those big game populations. We're really talking about deer, elk, and antelope, moose at times. You know, big game starts losing weight or condition about December 15th on through way into green up, and it's a concern that we want to maintain these big game populations for the landscape. But in the last, say 10 years, we've seen a huge increase in the technology and abilities for people to get in the backcountry on snow primarily, and they could go faster and further way back into the high country, which can have issues on bighorn sheep and mountain goats. And then, so a few of us got together, mostly retired, but one folks out of Boise, Idaho, with the Wintering Wildlife, Winter Wildlands Alliance, and some people with CPW to try to get together and come up with an educational initiative.
Just moved it off. So
I moved it? Okay.
Where are we? Other way?
To come up with it, there you go, thank you.
There you go.
To come up with an educational initiative to try to minimize our impacts to wintering wildlife. And so we came up with the website. We did get a little GoCo grant last year to come up with a website for education. So this is what we have come up with. And I'll just run you guys through this thing. And we got some animations trying to get this out to the publics. And we, one of the things, you know, we're not targeting any user group. The whole message is getting everybody to understand that we all have an impact when we go into the wintering, winter ranges for all these species. I think, yeah. So here again, this kind of reiterates what I just said, that, you know, we're trying to minimize the impacts of wintering wildlife by recreation. So there's different pages, and I'd like to encourage you guys to explore this website on your own. It's winteringwildlife.org. And but I'm going to go right through some of these, and specifically I want you to see this video that was gathered up in the Durango area, I believe, by CPW that kind of explains the importance of winter closures and being respectful. So put up with me here a second and I'll play this for you. Okay, as you can see, that's pretty impactful. We really, we can't try to express enough the feelings that, you know, when you have the increased amount of recreation that we're seeing in the state, it does have impacts. So we decided we try to do an educational effort and get it forward to try to get people to use the mindset to watch where they're going, be mindful, and maybe even use onyx hunt as far as winter ranges to avoid. Make a plan for a plan A, B, and C. If you run into tracks going one way, you go another way. We're getting pretty good support. One other thing we did do is when I go up here, we developed a toolkit that schools and businesses can use to this. We have some different printable posters and things that are available. And again, my idea here, and thank you so much for letting us come and show this to you, is just to present the website to you guys and the initiative and get any input for, going to be trying to raise some more money to get into the schools. We are with Winter Wildlands Alliance hitting a lot of snow school attempts, you know, where they take grade school kids into the woods and give them snow education for avalanche and wildlife now. So this is just an initiative that is really, like I say, we're not targeting any individuals, just trying to get everybody to pay attention a little bit to what is going on out there. And because we all have an impact with those wildlands, and we want to minimize those impacts on wintering wildlife. Well, with that, I'll take any questions you guys got and try to get us back on schedule a little bit. And forgive me, I am pretty hard of hearing, so.
Okay, my name's Jeff Comstock. I'm from Moffett County. And I like you, I have concerns over growing recreation in the state. But when I look at your slideshow, I see that you made it a point to point out that after the people showed up there, the wildlife didn't come back on a few times. And I can't help but wonder if that had been a cow or a sheep in that picture and the wildlife didn't come back, if they would have been the victim instead, if agriculture would have been the victim instead of recreationists. And so I guess my question to you is, talk to us about the data that you have that really shows that those animals were driven away by the people and that they didn't just simply go to a place where there was better forage.
Well, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. I think livestock can be impacted in the sense in Middle Park, most of our winter range is south facing low elevation. And then once they come off that higher country and get onto those slopes, if they get driven from that, which can be just a influence of one skier going across the top of them, once they go down, it seems like they don't come back up. And what we have in the bottom of the valley is the railroad and the highway and adjacent private lands where we can get conflicts with deer and elk and livestock. I just think that they're in a weakened position in the wintertime after the breeding season, and we know that they can deteriorate in condition naturally. And then when you throw another aspect on top of them, I think it can be pretty bad and cause induced mortality. And I'm not so sure with cattle, it wouldn't be the same thing, or sheep. I think you got a real good point.
Do we have any other questions for Mike?
Well, thank you again to Club 20 so much for letting me come present this to you. I do have a few stickers I'll put on the back table. I'm sorry I don't have enough for everybody. I didn't realize it'd be such a popular event today.
Always is.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike. We know you grow a lot over the years. So I'm going to bounce back to just two previous topics quickly. For the Dolores National Monument issue, Andrea had printed some letters, copies of Club 20's policy stance that were on the back table, so you can review those. And I did want to talk about the litigation on the BLM conservation and landscape health rule. I'm going to tell you, this was on July 12th. The following groups filed a lawsuit. I'm not going to read all of them to you, but just hit some of the bigger groups. These are the multiple use groups that are litigating on this conservation rule. The American Farm Bureau Federation, American Exploration and Mining Association, American Forest Resource Council, American Petroleum Institute, American Sheep Industry, National Cattlemen's Beef, National Mining Association, National Rural Cooperative Electric Association, Public Lands Council and the Western Energy Alliance. And the key components of this lawsuit, first, it upends decades of multiple use management by elevating conservation as a use on par with other uses. Second point, it circumvents public processes that guard against unlawful restriction of access and use of areas of critical environmental concerns, the ACECs. And third, it facilitates the reduction of grazing by creating added conflicts between grazing permittees and newly created restoration mitigation leases. So I'm really glad to see a legal challenge on that issue. So with that, we're going to go ahead and try to knock out a couple of resolutions quickly. Just a reminder, in our resolutions, we're working on those months in advance. So I always feel when I'm sitting in the back row there that Club 20 tries to kind of jam these through during committees, which I think actually we do. We can always set these aside and kick them down the road to another meeting, but there has been a lot of work on these months in advance coming into those meetings. So I did have a request from Moffat County, if we could look at the right-of-way policies first. Sorry, I just sent you a text, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So if you could go ahead and pull up 2477 right-of-way over public lands. And I kind of inherited these resolutions. Nancy had them in the hopper when she was chair, and out of respect for her work, I wanted to try to keep moving and have everybody look at these. Jeff, you're kind of our resident expert on these, and I don't know if you'd like to make a couple of comments.
Yeah, that's been several months. So I think we removed a policy that had some outdated information in it. We carried over the good information into one policy. So am I right, Brittany, that we combined policies?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't believe you can highlight what the new policy addition language, or excuse me, the amendments to the existing policy, highlight those for everybody, but I don't believe we've lost any position that we've had in the past. We just combined them into one resolution.
Merritt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor Linky, Grant County. I move to amend this policy as presented with the changes as outlined.
Yeah, right there, that paragraph that's highlighted in yellow is what got carried over from the other resolutions. So they're now both in a similar one. So we didn't change any positions within the organization. If it needs seconded, I'll do it.
Great, I agree with you. We have a motion from Merritt and a second from Ray to adopt this. We've got a motion from Merritt and a second from Ray to adopt this as amended. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Thank you for the clarifications, Jeff. Okay, if we don't have any discussion on that, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Got through one. Next one that we would consider would be the right-of-way resolutions. PLNR 95-1. The recommendation from the advisory committee was to delete that because it's now been amended into 2477. So do we have a motion? And
Motion to delete because we've incorporated it.
so we have a motion from Wendell and a second from Nancy. Do we have any discussion on the recommendation to delete? Opposed? Thank you. The last one that we had worked on is PLNR 06-1. That is the sage grouse conservation resolution, the advisory panel's recommendation was to amend that. And I know Robbie worked really hard on this. I think you said Jonathan now. Also, there's been a tremendous amount of effort for years on this, but the advisory panel did look at that. I think we met the first part of June. Kathleen?
I just wanted to say, I think I might be the only person from Gunnison here. My name is Kathleen Curry. And this is a great resolution. I wanted to thank everyone for their work on this. And I don't know that we can incorporate it, but I wanted to just point out that the situation with the wolf introduction aggravates the predation aspect of the resolution. And so I was glad to see kind of in the middle of the resolution part, not the whereas clauses, but the resolve part, mention of predation, because that is certainly now more of a factor for us in terms of protecting the species in Gunnison County. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to accept as amended? Nancy?
I move that we renew as amended PLNR 06-1, the Gunnison Sage Grouse Conservation. And as just a comment back to Kathleen, in our wolf resolutions, we also cover the predation issue, knowing that sage grouse is at risk. So we cover it in several different ways.
We have a motion from Nancy and a second from Merritt to adopt this as amended. Do we have any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Guys, we rocketed through that. Is John Whitney still in the room?
Yes, yes.
Yes, so there was a gentleman that wanted to ask a question earlier and we didn't have time, so I'd like to give him the opportunity to ask his question.
John, this question is going to be for you and your office and the rest of the senators representatives.
Hi. My name is Don Nucla. I am the Republican candidate for House District 58. My family owns 5 miles of the Dolores River, and I've been from one end to the other. Two questions, really. The first question, you talked about all existing rights, including mountain bikes. I'm a mountain bike rider. A lot of Montrose County is the wilderness study area. Will the NCA supersede the wilderness study area and we'll be able to ride our mountain bikes?
Just giving you all a 5-minute warning and then we're going to go on to Nancy.
Thanks. If an NCA designated wilderness does not allow mountain biking, but where there is mountain biking currently existing or proposed, we've been working closely with the West End Trail Alliance, who has some proposed new mountain bikes. We're going to make sure for mountain bike trails, we're going to make sure to take that into account, that any agreement we reach, respects that ability for them to expand their trail network. But yeah, if the counties agreed that there was to be a new wilderness designated as part of the WSA, wilderness does not allow mountain biking. It's currently not allowed there either, so it's not a current use.
And then the second one I was also on the working group for the NCA, and one thing that we know that's going on in Paradox, we have all those earthquakes that are going on because of the salinity. We had talked about the salinity issue, and there's something that hasn't been talked about, but since I've been down there for 59 years, they were going to, the majority of the salt actually comes through Disappointment Valley. And there was talk 50 years ago, 60 years ago, my grandfather, since we've been there for 80 years, was talking about they were going to dam up Disappointment Valley. They were going to contain the salt in that valley and Disappointment Valley. And then we wouldn't need to shoot the water down in and cause the earthquakes in Paradox and the surrounding area. But when I was working on the NCA, one of the stipulations for the NCA is that there will be no new dams built. And so with the NCA that you're currently working on, also affect a dam that could actually stop the earthquakes and actually help with our water problem down on the lower basin. So is the NCA, I haven't seen the list, is it still required that there will be no new dams built?
The pending NCA legislation before Congress does have a provision in that. That was a compromise. As you'll remember, there was wild and scenic suitability on the Dolores. A lot of folks in the water community and others wanted the wild and scenic suitability to go away for fear of unintended consequences there on agriculture and private property rights. And so the compromise there was a provision for no new dams in the NCA. So yeah, that is in the current NCA legislation. It hasn't been discussed yet for the proposed northern NCA that the counties have put on the table.
Everybody, I think we got Nancy back 5 minutes for her program. If anybody'd like a copy of that lawsuit against the BLM on the conservation landscape health rule, I can get that to Andrea. Thank you, Brittany and Andrea, for propping me up and making us all look good. Oh,
It's easy to do.
thanks everybody for playing along. We need a.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Ag Committee. And my co-chair, Ron Velarde, cannot be here today because he is online listening to us. So hello, Ron. I will just go through, we've already heard the meeting guidelines this morning. But the one thing I'd like to give an extra shout out to is the super sponsors, not just regular sponsors, but super sponsors. Because Lois Dunn and the Facklers are always regular supporters of our town. As well as the other committee, we can't do it without all the other refreshments, all the other help that we get from sponsors, corporate and personal. Thanks to all our sponsors. We don't have time, I guess, to introduce everybody, but I would like to note, we get a chance to meet each other here, but I notice we have longtime members that have been online. Doug Munger, Kathy Welt, ladies, if you can add other people that have been, they've been attending since yesterday. So I'd just like to recognize that not everybody that participates and helps can always make it to every meeting. Any other mentions that I should add?
Jenny Harrington, we've heard from. We have Carrie Kellerby and then Mackenzie with Director's office.
Okay, if everybody heard that. We always appreciate their participation. Jeff Hurd's office was with us yesterday, and he's always a supporter of this committee. Thank you very much. The other thing that we need to know is when we do our voting, we welcome anybody's input, even if you're brand new to Club 20, come here and you say, what are they talking about? Please feel free to reach up and ask us questions. But when it gets down to the votes on resolutions, you have to be a Club 20 member. And Ray Beck is back in the back, our ladies up in front, all of which would sign you up in a minute to be a member if you wanted to vote. So that being the case, I am very pleased to begin this meeting with, in 2023, they created a position in Colorado Department of Ag for a water advisor. Water is so integral to agriculture. It's so important. We have made priority committees, water, ag, and PLNR because it's such a backbone of the economy of the Western Slope. So they created a position of ag water policy advisor. And we were lucky enough, so often we get frustrated with the caliber of appointments. We feel like they're not gonna represent us well. Yeah, so I am pleased to introduce you to Robert Sakata, longtime farmer, vegetable grower. He created, I'm gonna give you a lot of credit for creating the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Association. We never had one. And he helped get that started. He serves on his regional water roundtable. He comes to almost every, I'm on the Gunnison River Roundtable. He comes to every roundtable meeting virtually to just understand water all the way through the entire state of Colorado. So his depth of knowledge, and let alone where he farms, he had a big farm, still has it, outside of Brighton. But that's one of the most complicated water systems in the state of Colorado. So when he comes out, he actually has a depth of knowledge that you'll learn about by hearing from him today. And I know he might give us a couple more statements about who he is and what he's done. But Robert Sakata, the Ag Water Policy Advisor, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Kind introduction, I really appreciate it. It's awful hard to say no to Nancy, right? You don't say no to Nancy. But I really appreciate being here, and this podium, I am really short, I know it's kind of fun. Being on Zoom, I say that Zoom is the great equalizer on height, because we're all the same height in Zoom. But I get here in person, I feel so short, right? Can I go sit in the back and join my Zoom? But really, it is a really pleasure to be here. Thanks, Club 20, for all you do. Thanks for the great community. Nucla, I'm actually staying in Natarita over at Camp B. What a great place. It's really wonderful to be here in this community, and thank you so much for being here. Yeah, so Nancy, I'm just going to just give a little bit of background for those people that aren't familiar with who I am. And maybe I'll go to the next slide.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, so as Nancy said, I'm a farmer. This is actually a picture of when I was planting onions, and had the opportunity to work with Commissioner Felt on the CWCB, and he's a fishing guide. And he relayed to me that, fishing is an occupation of hope. And as we got to know each other, he said, you know what, farming is actually an occupation of hope too. So as Nancy said, grew up on our family farm in Brighton, Colorado. My dad started that operation. He's got a really amazing story. His family was in San Francisco area when World War II broke out. And so they lost everything there and ended up in an internment camp in Topaz, Utah. But because of Governor Carr took the very unpopular position of saying, these are American citizens, they have the right to live where they want to. My dad was able to get an early release from the camp from Utah, came to Colorado and worked for a dairy farmer, Mr. Sluter, who found out that if my dad owned property, that he could get the rest of his family to release from the camp. So Mr. Sluter and his family were kind enough to actually buy 40 acres of ground and just deed it to my dad and just told him to pay him back whenever he could. So my dad that's how he got his start, and really gives all the credit in the world to Mr. Sluter for that generous gift. Challenges of farming, I don't need to explain most of this. Usually I'm on the road and I show this picture, people don't understand that this is a 3-point hitch, right? So it takes me forever to try to explain it too. It's nice to be in a crowd where I don't have to explain that. But onion planting, we have a very short window when we have to plant. And so I was out there planting. I usually plant all our onions, and the 3-point hitch, the little pin that holds the lower link in place, just wouldn't stay in place. So, I literally took the belt off my pants to hold it together until I get finished planting onions. And then, no, this wasn't me. This is one of our employees late at night decided to take the front end loader, right, to go check the water, and a deer ran in front of him and he laid it on its side. And then I thought this picture was appropriate because I don't know about you. Sometimes I don't know whether I'm going to go left or whether I'm going to go right. So sometimes that occupation of hope kind of dwindles. When I graduated high school, I saw how hard my parents worked, and I think I was idealistic like a lot of college kids, and I wanted to find the cure for cancer. So now in crowds that I speak to, I usually don't say this too loudly, but I attended CU Boulder. Sorry. I know, I studied molecular cellular developmental biology with a minor in child psychology. I worked for Amgen before they had actually a production facility in Boulder. I actually helped them open a lab in Boulder. It was really an exciting time. Our lab was one of the first labs to actually be able to synthesize DNA in the lab. It was taking us upwards of 3 months to add a single nucleotide base onto a DNA chain. But that was really exciting. It was the future. I was even able to publish papers on this. But I come to the realization how really literally cutthroat that research environment is. The postdoc that I worked with actually had me hide lab equipment from our lab partners so that we could get the results first. And I said, you know what, this is not what I thought it was going to be. So I think much to my parents' dismay, I decided to go up and teach skiing at Steamboat Springs. But the good Lord was really watching out for me. And I have to, my parents, they had so much patience with me. It's incredible. But the good Lord was really watching out for me because I taught 3 to 6 year olds. And one of the first classes I had, this little girl, she comes up to me and she tugs on the pant leg of my uniform. And she goes, teacher, I think I'm in the wrong class. Well, her name tag was Bethany, and she was on my class list. But I asked her, I said, Bethany, why do you think you're in the wrong class? And there was this awkward moment of silence. And she looked up at me with her big blue eyes and she enunciated as clearly as she could, teacher, do you speak English? And it was so incredible. I answered yes, and we were fine for the rest of the day. And I think, that really highlighted to me the importance of any of the communication that we do. That really we shouldn't be afraid to ask those questions, and we shouldn't look down on people that are asking questions that maybe we assume that everybody knows the answers. I think seeing the world through children's eyes again was so important for me, and really a message and a goal that I carry throughout my life now. Well, the smartest decision I made, though, was I only stayed in Steamboat for 1 season. I saw too many people that were like me that were searching for something and then got stuck there. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to remember it as a good thing. So what did I do, of course? I went to Los Angeles and became a bartender. I had to use my child psychology, right? But eventually with the owner there, I helped them open up a series of restaurants in the greater Los Angeles area. And when I was stuck in traffic one day in Los Angeles, I thought, you know what, that goal to find the cure for cancer maybe was actually back on the family farm. And so I was very fortunate that my family welcomed me back to the farm. But what was even more encouraging is our employees really welcomed me back. And I didn't give it a lot of thought at that time, but just graduating high school, it was really scary thought for me to think that decisions I could make as the proprietor of the farm could really affect the farm families that I had grown up with. I really had to grow up a little bit and mature and come to the understanding that really, it wasn't going to be my decision, but it was really going to be our decision. That's going to be what's best for the farm. But these are some of the pictures from our farm, and I'm really proud to say now that I'm back on the farm and really to be a part of this wonderful industry, $47 billion contribution to the state of Colorado. And I really emphasize that we're stewards, that we are stewards. We're not owners, we're stewards for over 30 million acres across Colorado. And of course, directly providing jobs for close to 200,000 people. But as Mr. Beck said, we really are the foundation. I mean, it's incredible that out of everybody's disposable income, we're only spending about 11.3% of our disposable income on food. That really allows everybody else to spend all the rest of their money to support the rest of the economy. It doesn't matter whether it's a vehicle, whether it's vacations. It's our really efficient food system that's allowing the rest of the economy to grow. So agriculture really is the foundation for everything. But what are the challenges that we're facing? You guys are well aware of this. This is from the Colorado State Demographer's Office, that even though Colorado's growth has slowed down, we're still going to be outpacing the nation. And the growth is going to be in those areas that are highly populated now. Growing up, I used to come over and visit the fish rings and the heralds when I was younger. And now being able to travel again, I'm really actually shocked how much growth is going on over here. That stretch between Grand Junction and Ridgeway, it's incredible the growth challenges that you're also facing on the West Slope. And what does growth take? Water. Also, of course, what's putting on demand on water is our changing climate. This QR code will take you to the Colorado Climate Center's report on climate change. It indicates over the last 22-year period, temperatures have increased by about 2.3 degrees. And the forecast is for that temperature to continue to increase over the next 50 years, anywhere between 2.5 to 5.5 more degrees. Precipitation changes it's there's no distinct pattern there, whether precipitation is gonna go up or go down. Probably have more extreme events, but just temperature alone by increasing is increasing the demand. As we know, our ET rates go up when temperature's up, so there's more irrigation demand as temperature increases. But this is really a startling fact. To take nothing else away is the challenges that irrigated agriculture is having in Colorado. The USDA Ag Census reports over the last 25-year reporting period that Colorado has lost over 1 million irrigated acres. That's a 32% reduction in irrigated acres in Colorado. That is one of the highest across the nation. And why? At least from my perspective, Senator Simpson approached me a couple weeks ago. He said, Robert, he said, if there's any legislation of how we can keep water in agriculture, let me know. And I said, you know what? I think the main thing that we can all do is make sure that farmers and ranchers are earning a decent living. That's how we can keep water on agriculture. But it's challenging. This is a graph from the USDA Economic Research Service that for every dollar spent on food, only 7.9 cents makes it back to the producer. 7.9 cents. Even though you hear on the news that food costs are going up and are, I think, the highest in over 30 years, that portion that's actually going to the farmer is not increasing, it's actually increasing. So that's the real challenge, to find a way to really make it economically feasible to stay in business. And that's why I decided to take on this new position. Our farming operation transition, we're not doing vegetables anymore. When I was growing up, we did all vegetables, and I think at our peak, we were farming close to 7,000 acres, hiring about 450 people seasonally on our operation. And I thought, wow, what a great business model, because I've got right there in the front range, I've got potentially 3 million customers to buy my fresh fruits and vegetables. What I failed to take into account that I was competing with all of those 3 million people for the resources that I need. The land, the water, the housing was the biggest one that I couldn't overcome. I was trying to find housing for 400 people for a couple months. And then probably on top of that, the other biggest challenge was that I had 3 million people that wanted to tell me how to farm, And that was exhausting in itself. So now that we're growing feed for local dairies, it's kind of sad. We're the last major landowner in that Brighton area of local dairies. We're just so happy that we can put corn silage for. So now we only have 14 people on our staff. It allowed me to think about even taking on this job. So January 2nd, as Nancy said, this new position was created by the 2023 legislature. And I said, you know what? I think I'm going to apply. I have to give Commissioner Greenberg credit. When I took this position, originally was down in the conservation division of the CDA. She's moved it up to the senior management level. So it's really nice that weekly senior management gets together and I get updates on everything from high path AI to inspection services, what's going on, food safety inspections, on pesticide inspections. And then I can relay to them the issues that I see around the state on water. I think it's so important for them to understand as they're going out to the agriculture community, some of the water challenges that the farmers are facing. And then, of course, I get to interact with the many divisions of the bank. Really, the other reason I took this job is that my parents really encouraged me to be involved in outside activities. And so I had the opportunity, when SB 90-126 was passed, that was the Agriculture Groundwater Protection Act. I was on the advisory committee when that was first formed, and that eventually led for me to get an appointment on the Water Quality Control Commission, where I served for 15 years. And then more recently, in the last 3 years, I was able to serve on the Colorado Water Conservation. And so all of those experiences of having water rights, we irrigate out for 4 different mutual ditch companies, serving on the Water Quality Control Commission and CWCB, I just felt like I had a head start in this position, and I had made those connections. And I'm hoping to make that connection even more so every agency has a better understanding of what's going on in ag, and I have a better understanding of what they need to do. For example, when the Basin Roundtables were set up, I intentionally joined to be a part of the Metro Basin because I felt like I needed to know what the municipalities were looking at. I felt like I had a target on my back, having senior water rights right downstream of Denver, but I figured that was important for me to be there. The connections I hope are going to be paying off. Commissioner Coons, you were talking yesterday about the dredge and fill program, how to stay connected. We're having monthly updates from CDPHE on the work they're doing. And I really encourage them to go out and do presentations to the roundtables. So if they don't contact you, let me know and I want to follow up, because I told them, I said, and I encourage them to be there in person. that we've got to be there in person. So hopefully CDPHE will reach out to you and have presentations. I told them I'll even, if you need friendly support, I'll travel with you to down to the roundtable. So yeah, so that's one of my roles, is really engage with the other agencies as well. I had the opportunity to travel with Jason Ullman, who I think many of you know, the new state engineer. Got to travel with him to Salina. Great opportunity for me, number one, to get to know him, because I really didn't know him. But then, we started to talk about the Division 6 rules that are going on, and the proposal for the new Division 7 rules, the ag water protection right that is opened up to the rest of the state, which I hope that maybe you guys will take a look at. I really looked at possibly doing it for our farm. I thought it was a wonderful idea for me to maintain ownership of that right, but then have the flexibility of that water to be used for something else. But when I approach some water attorneys, they say in Division 1, you don't want to be the first to do that. There's just too much attention in Division 1, and it would just cost you a fortune. So I'm hoping in some areas around the state that we can explore and really see if that is an option for agriculture to maintain ownership of that right. So far this year, I've attended 65 events in person. Like I said, I feel like in-person events are so important. For example, I was at the Arkansas Basin Roundtable meeting sometime. I lose track of time. But no, it wasn't it was the Rio Grande. So it was the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable. Colorado Springs Utilities were there. I was talking to a lady from Colorado Springs Utilities afterwards, explaining to her how challenging it is for a farmer to fallow a crop 1 year and then go back into it. Sounds so simple, right? Just don't irrigate it for a year. But what's happening to that soil? And then I also had to explain to her that what happens to our customer? All of a sudden we don't have something for that customer may not come back. And you can see the light go on in her brain, and she goes, "Oh, it's like quitting your job." And I went, perfect. I'm going to use that analogy whenever I talk to groups now that don't understand agriculture. I said, so the challenge of rotational fallowing is like quitting your job and trying to get your job back the next year. So it's been fun traveling the state. But also one of my goals is really to reach out groups that agriculture normally doesn't reach out to. I think educating them about agriculture and water use is so critical. So, for example, Metro Chamber of Commerce, their Colorado Competitive Council, Northwest Colorado Council of Governments. The picture on the right is actually Paul Brierly. I found out that he's essentially the Commissioner of Agriculture for Arizona. I found out he and I were going to be on a panel together in Denver. So I reached out to him and I said, "Hey, why don't you stay with me instead of staying at the hotel in Denver?" And he took me up on it. Not only that, he came out to my house a day early so I could take him on a tour of our farm. Well, this happened in the spring, and I made the mistake of taking him to our South Platte River diversion, and the river was really full, right? Because the spring runoff. And he goes, "Robert, you got a lot of water." I went, no, Paul. I had to explain it over and over to him about direct flow rights and how the river, it's spring runoff time and it's going to go down. And a couple of weeks ago, one of our ditch systems sent out an email saying, "Okay, the ditch is now in sections. You're only going to get water for 2 days, and then it's going to be off for 4. I made sure that I forwarded that email to Paul so he understood what's going on. But that's a lot of what's going on. So I really thank you. I'm going to add Club 20 to this list. I really appreciate being here. And I'm going to listen to your podcast too, because traveling 1,000 miles a week, I listen to a lot of podcasts. Issues around the state, I've actually been at the Arkansas Roundtable a lot because of Aurora's recent purchase of 5,000 acres in the lower Arkansas. Feudal call postponement doctrine, and also in Arkansas, I mentioned the measurement rules, plus the post-2026 negotiations, Perkins County Canal in the South Platte, Texas versus New Mexico. I listed all these because it's really interesting that we're all under the prior appropriation system, and yet each basin kind of has these unique challenges. And I always like to also carry the message. I presented this at CCI too. Thanks for inviting me to talk at CCI. Is that I think a lot of cities, it seems like are almost chasing their tail for income. Studies have shown that, really at the county level for agriculture, for every dollar of tax income that they're generating, the county only usually has to spend about 37 cents. But once you start building homes for people, all of a sudden that cost jumps up to about $1.16, because then you're having to provide all that infrastructure for it. And this this is not a mistake. This is for real, because I don't think any of us like to be a mushroom or left in the dark. So one of the things that in my new position that I really would like to work on is really transparency of water sales. I think I definitely want to protect private property rights of a water right. I think that's really key. But I think for communities, especially if that water is going to be transferred out of the community, I think we need those transactions to be a lot more transparent so the community can have input in that. And who knows, maybe the community can come up with funds to match the offer that individual is selling that water right. So that's one of my missions. I know also went to the Water Resources Committee meeting, whenever it was, a couple of weeks ago. And I think Senator Roberts mentioned that he might work on some transparency issues. I know Chair McCluskey said that she might look at some revegetation issues. It's sad for me to think that, again, because, irrigated lands over 1 million acres over the 25-year period, how those lands are being reclaimed is really important. We're seeing some issues with that. So again, agriculture is at my heart and my base, but I always like to include any presentation I include is this. Of course, my one passion is water and farming, and the other passion is rural mental health. It's really shocking to me that, suicide rates are 3.5 times higher with farmers than the general public. And there's some indication that that's even higher because agriculture, as we know, is kind of a dangerous occupation. So how many of those could actually be staged accidents? We really don't know. It's partly the connectivity, that we don't have good connectivity, broadband expert or and that we've actually we've picked our profession because we kind of like being alone. During COVID, I always was sharing pictures of me sitting alone in my tractor and saying, this is me isolating, right? Self-isolation. And we're used to that. But then we're also very stubborn and we don't like to ask for help. Help for us is a 4-letter word, which is a shame. This past legislative session, SB 24055 was passed, which gives the Department of Ag authority to develop a behavioral health working. So anybody has any experience in this, they don't have to be an expert, even if it's just a life experience, what the state can be doing to really improve our outreach for rural mental health. Go to the Colorado Department of Ag website and get them to sign up for this. The deadline's August 1st. The legislation has turned this around really quickly. But this is really a passion for me. And I'll share why. What the heck? I was on the CWCB, and as a CWCB board member, we're asked at each board meeting to provide an update about what's going on in our basin. And at that time, my father's health was failing, just recently passed away about 2 years ago. And we were struggling producing vegetables. Like I said, it was costing us so much because we were putting those 400 employees at the hotels and having to find a kitchen to feed them. And so we were struggling financially. So I was going to have to make some tough decisions. And it felt overwhelming to me then in the sense that I felt like I was tearing down all my dad's hard work and that he had done. And I was again so thankful and lucky that in my CWCB report, I changed it totally out. And I talked about the challenges I faced. And I literally broke down during the CWCB meeting. But I'm so thankful and glad that I did. That was the outlet. People reached out to me and helped me and got me through that. And I think there's so many people out there in rural Colorado that need that kind of help, that we could be there for them. So why are we doing it? Of course, it's again, because I think farming is so much about generational. I love sharing this picture with everybody. This is my dad on the left, and this is me on the right. Can you tell which one was working and which one wasn't? No, exactly. No hat, no gloves. I'm surprised I have rubber boots on, right? Everybody, thank you so much. I'm always here. Any questions that you guys have, any policies that you think the Department of Ag or activities that the Department of Ag should be working on, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'm here to really listen to all. So thanks so much.
Now you can see why I'm so excited they picked this man to be our advisor with his depth of knowledge. I liked his first slide, which started out with hope. And they talk about how to keep ag on the landscape. And one of his very first points was to keep water on the ground get the farmers to be profitable. And when people talk about mental health issues on the farmers, I say, help get them to be profitable. And the last story is exactly that. Our multi-generational farms, we feel a huge burden. It's fifth generation and we face these decisions to try to, should we keep going or we keep losing money? And what's Front Range going to do to us next with legislation that makes us less and less competitive? But I like to end up with the hope. So are there any questions for Robert? Okay, I have one, two, three. Let's start. Oh, do you have something online?
I just have a quick comment.
Okay, first a comment and then, I guess. You know, okay.
It sounds like we might have a potential guest for our podcast too. Not only can you listen to us, but we might be listening to you.
Robert, thank you. That was a great presentation and ending on hope. It means a lot to us. And it's good to know you're a trained bartender. My question has to do with agrivoltaics. Certainly in Delta County, we just did a groundbreaking on a 600-acre, 80 meg agrivoltaic project. What we don't know is how long the irrigated lands underneath those panels be productive and to what degree. Is there a project out there that we could actually go see that has been in service for 10 or more years?
Gosh, Mr. Coots, you stumped me on that. I haven't. So that's something that I'll have to look into and really look at. I always thought it's kind of ironic that we call solar farms when there's nothing going on, and then we've created this big word when we try to incorporate agriculture. So that's a great point. I'll have to do some investigation and see.
Yeah.
Robert, I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you. My name is Jeff Moeller, Lake City. I'm an inventor, part-time scientist, or maybe a delusional scientist. But in my simple way of thinking, and you mentioned that global temperatures are rising. Of course they are, and it's documented. So ocean temperatures are rising. To me, hotter water means more evaporation. And if the laws of physics still apply to our universe, more evaporation means more condensation somewhere. Do you know of any, if there's enough data yet, and if there's any models that are predicting how these impacts are going to affect the western slope?
Great question, John. And I don't know in particular. I think I've just heard that there's going to be more extreme events, that overall general total annual amounts may not be very much different, but we're going to see these extreme events, whether it's dry or wet. So that'd be really interesting.
Okay, I'll refer you to the JOLT conference. We have a very long conversation about some of those issues that come next year in Rifle that they mentioned earlier at the Energy Commission. I have a lady at the podium, and then you'll be our final if we stay on topic. But Robert, you're gonna stay through lunch. So he's a great person to get to know. So could you ask your question?
Hi, I'm Francie Jacober. I am here representing Steve Child. I serve on the Pickett County Commission with Steve, and he's termed out, so I'm hoping to join with you guys. But thank you very much for that talk, Robert. It was really wonderful. I really enjoyed it. In Pickett County, quite a while ago, we started we did a mill levy for open space and trails. With money from that mill levy, we have conserved thousands of acres of agricultural land. And I just wanted to say, in terms of keeping water on the land and keeping farmers farming, conservation easements are incredibly effective. So in addition to food prices, there are some other avenues. So right now with that mill levy, we collect about $18 million a year. I know Pickett County has higher land values than most of the counties, so probably isn't replicable everywhere, but certainly some forms of conservation easement on agricultural land keep those farmers on the land. Thank you.
Yeah, Francis, that's a great point. I know in our area where growth is so pervasive, we're contemplating a new kind of conservation easement, where the conservation easement value is in perpetuity and not the location. Because that's kind of why we've been hesitant to have any conservations on our properties, and all of a sudden, if all these city is developed around it, we can't even get our equipment in it. So some people are really excited about this idea that, well, maybe it doesn't make sense that all of a sudden that small piece of parcel of land is under a conservation easement. If we can triple the size of that, if the value of that all of a sudden can triple the amount that we're conserving, maybe that's an option too. So it's a new idea that we're floating out there, and we'll see what happens.
Merritt?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Merritt Linky, Grand County. Appreciate all your outreach that you've done in this position. So this is maybe a non-Joe Comstock type of story. It's going to be short. So this is more for awareness, but I know that maybe y'all know, a lot of you know in the room, that Grand County, headwaters of the Colorado, is the most heavily diverted in Trans Mountain diversions of any county and state. We're so close. We're the furthest east West Slope County. It's really easy to poke a hole in the mountain and get water to the east slope, which I'm good for. That water that runs by my house actually probably went to your cornfield today. So anyway, my, I guess, awareness question is the buy and dry conundrum that Grand County is faced with. And I get it, private property rights, you have the right to sell your property and sell the water. But it goes back to, make me think about how that there's no community involvement with that point as of now. And a perfect example of this is one little pasture that I have leased. It's about 400 acres. And prior to 2015, it put up about 300 tons of hay. So do that math, one crop of grass hay at $150 a ton. So there's some simple math. And actually they cemented the head gate shut when Northern did the whole buy and dry thing. So I can't even get water on a good year for that. It's actually done. So now I still have that lease, but now it barely runs 100, I think I have 160 head of heifers up there this summer. And maybe you net $14 a head a month. Okay, you net that. So there's a little different math. And that math goes like what you were saying, is that when I'm paying that, I buy parts at the parts store. I buy diesel from the fuel. I buy oil, I buy grease, I buy all those parts that you well know. But with the cattle up there, they're actually they're doing their solar energy harvesting today, and I didn't have to put any diesel fuel in there. So just a comment in terms of how we can make that awareness, is how that it's such a big picture when we do these buy and dry things. So I'd be happy to take you on a tour and show you that.
I'd love to go on that tour. I think it's really important to keep that all in consideration. That's why I'd like to make these transactions more transparent so the community would have some input. And I know Northern's a little bit different, but it's interesting. Our farm is really running into issues because we're just downstream of Denver. So all their Trans Mountain diversions, they're starting to reuse to extinction. So actually, as a farmer, we're getting less water now, because it used to be they used to use that water once and then it would come down to us and we get to use it. And now, because of that, they're actually reusing more water. So water's a big issue for around the state. We're going to have to figure out new cooperative ways to use it and to move forward. And what's important for our local society, what's going on. So thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Could I have a round of applause? Thank you, Robert, and more people can get to know you maybe during our lunch. Our next speaker is Travis Black. Travis Black, I'm sticking with the hope thing here, because we've seen some really great relationships with our CPW wildlife managers. I'm welcoming you, Travis, because you just got Ron Velarde, my fellow chair, used to have that position. And we've always, in Club 20, we've valued our relationship with area managers. And so it's great to see you. You were promoted in 2019. I find that year after hearing Pat Dorsey and her group, that the new forest soup with 2019. I mean, there's a lot of turnover that we're seeing. And what's so important to me is the relationships that we can keep with Club 20, with people like yourself. And we pick you, maybe we're not in your area, but because your area was a focus point for us because of the pool situation. And you're new to the position. And a little bit of his history, I don't know you at all yet. I'm meeting you just like everybody in the room, but I love to read your little farm boy from way back in Texas. We like to see people that have actually worked and farmed before, so they have a kind of whole different kind of perspective when you turn around and become somebody that works with wildlife. So he got promoted in 2019, but he worked part-time and then full-time in various rising positions through CPW since 1999. So we're lucky to have somebody with knowledge that works the land, that knows wildlife. And so we invited him today. And we also very much appreciated the unanimous decisions that all our area wildlife managers gave to the Wildlife Commission on some of our wolf management issues. So thank you for stepping up on our behalf of that. So with that, please share more of your background and share your challenges that we know are out there on wildlife species management.
Well, thank you, Nancy. That was a really nice introduction. I appreciate that. It's always good to see everybody again. I actually enjoy my time. Maybe I'm a little sadistic of coming to these type of meetings and talking about some difficult topics, right? So yeah, a little bit about my background. As Nancy said, I grew up in the panhandle of Texas, ranching, farming most of my life. My grandfather was a foreman on a big ranch in Texas. Enjoyed my time as a kid, getting to learn that aspect of, and continued that after I got out of the military. I should take a step back. I went into the military right out of high school. After I got out of the military, I moved back to that part of Texas and worked on a ranch for approximately 6 years. And then I decided if I was ever going to do something with my life, a poor boy like me, it was hard to get into the ranching industry as much as I was trying. I couldn't afford ground to put cattle on. I could barely afford to buy one heifer every couple of months, that sort of thing. So it was just a struggle for me. And I decided if I was ever going to do anything, I needed to go to college and get that degree and try to improve myself. I started applying to various colleges around the country, and almost every one of them turned me down. I'd been out of high school for 10 years and they wanted me to take an SAT exam. And I thought, man, that's a bad move for me. I probably would have failed it miserably. Ultimately, I ended up applying to Western State College at the time up in Gunnison, Colorado. Had some history in Colorado. My grandfather was a miner up in these mountains for decades. Spent a lot of my free time in Colorado as a kid. And I thought, man, if you like to hunt and fish, what a great place to go to school. So I put in an application to Gunnison, Colorado. They actually waived the SAT requirement and I got accepted. And really that was kind of my first exposure working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It was Division of Wildlife back then, working with local staff. Part of my education requirements, I did some service type credit hours, working with agencies from BLM, Forest Service, but a lot of time was spent with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And that's kind of what spurred me to get into this field. So long story short, here I am today, promoted up through the agency over the years. Spent roughly 20 years in Southeast Colorado, where Chicago was from out there. Before I moved up to the Colorado Springs Deputy Regional Manager position. And then we had our date slightly wrong, Nancy. 2021, I actually took the job as the regional manager of Paris. Happy to be here as the regional manager in Northwest Colorado. So that's kind of my boring background. Let's get to the thing you asked me to be here. When you start talking about challenges for wildlife species management in Colorado, it's an ever-moving target. Challenges change from day to day. And certainly over time, those challenges become more and more difficult. And I just kind of like to highlight a few things. I made some notes on to try to illustrate that. You know, Colorado is a growing state. We have a changing demographic and population in the state of Colorado. We're approaching 6 million people right now, and we expect that to continue on an upward trend. Tourism, if you think about tourism, the number of people that come to visit Colorado, that actually floods that many more people onto the landscape. Tourism can be a good thing for local economies, but when you start talking about wildlife and habitat management, there's some negative effects that come along with that as well. There's also this kind of changing attitudes that we see not just in Colorado, but across the United States, from this kind of traditionalist view of wildlife to more of this mutualistic type view of wildlife. And, you know, the traditionalist view is more wise use of the resources, right? So managing those species, harvesting some of those species at an allowable offtake, if you will, and working with the public and our constituents, both ranchers and farmers, everybody out there to manage at a level that they can sustain. The shift to this kind of mutualist view, though, it is more kind of an attitude of wildlife has rights and we shouldn't be harvesting or taking wildlife. And we see a lot of those changes challenging Colorado right now, and that certainly challenges our ability to manage those species. I mentioned the growing population and the amount of tourism in Colorado. You know, that leads to a lot of recreational impacts out on the landscape. You know, simply more people out there has an impact. You have more trails out there. There's more opportunity provided on a daily basis. We want to try to build more state parks to accommodate that growing interest. There's a difference in opinions. Some people want off-highway vehicle use. Some people just want, you know, foot traffic only. And trying to juggle all of that while trying to maintain our wildlife species and that habitat is getting more and more difficult. With all that recreational impact, you have a lot of disturbance to those habitats, as I mentioned, and sometimes direct or indirect impact to those species and their life cycles. You know, everybody wants to get outside. Everybody wants to get into the wilderness area. Those are the same areas. They're important habitat for various species. You know, elk calving areas as an example. They like that solitude and they want to be away from that disturbance, but yet want more and more people, or people tend to be out there more and more. So, along with recreational impacts, we see a lot of potential impacts from energy development, especially in high priority habitat or very sensitive habitats on the landscape. There's a desire right now for more renewable energy. We see that in Colorado, shifting you know, more away from oil and gas and more towards solar and wind. Well, those green energy or renewable energy sources also have an impact on the landscape. You take a solar development site that, depending on the size of the site, can lock up hundreds of acres out there. And generally they have a high fence around. So there is no use of that habitat once those sites are in place. It also impacts our migration corridors, so that movement pattern of wildlife through that landscape. And as that landscape becomes less and less permeable, it's a bigger and bigger impact on those wildlife species out there. I have to keep glancing at my notes so I don't get off track here because I know we're on a limited time. So, the other thing we see out there is with this growing population is housing developments. You know, you have to put those people somewhere. And as we continue to develop housing and habitat, and you see ranches and farms that are, you know, subdivided and carved up, that has an impact on our wildlife species out there as well. So moving on to kind of a couple of big, I know you guys want me to talk about wolves. No, I'm not dancing around it. I'm getting it. So don't be afraid to tell me that's enough, get to wolves. But before I get to wolves, I want to briefly mention some current news that you may have seen about zebra mussels in the state of Colorado. That's also a challenge for managing not only wildlife, but our water resources in the state of Colorado. Highline Lake State Park. We detected zebra mussels in that over a year ago. And we started a rapid response plan to start addressing the zebra mussels within Highline Lake. And that included an initial treatment of a copper type chemical in the water that the mussels cannot survive when they take that copper into their system. Our first attempt, we were trying to be careful. Stepping on my cord. We were trying to be careful and not have an impact on the fishery. So we were trying to walk a fine line of treating that water with a high enough concentration that it would kill the zebra mussels or their veligers, which is their larval stage, without impacting the fishery. Well, we figured out pretty quickly that that did not work. The following time frame, we detected more mussels. It likely had an impact on the mussels and kept them at a much lower density in that lake, but they were still there. So the second attempt that we started this year was kind of what I'm going to call the nuclear approach. We knew in order to get mussels under control, we had to basically kill that lake. So we went to a much higher concentration of this Earth Tech QZ is what the chemicals referred to as. And we lost a lot of fish in that lake. But we think it's been pretty successful at handling the problem that was in the lake. The last part of that, the last step in that process was this winter, draining that lake down completely dry, allowing it to desiccate that muddy bottom that was in there and add those freezing temperatures on top of it. And hopefully that would be the death blow to zebra mussels in Highline Lake. Unfortunately, you may have seen in recent news, we detected veligers, like I said, the larval stage of zebra mussel in the Highline Government Canal above Highline Lake. The Government Canal is the water source that leads into Highline Lake State Park. So we thought that was the source. It likely came in on a boat or something and we were treating that source. And now we're figuring out that maybe that wasn't the source after all. So that spurred a rapid response where we start going in and sampling further up the river. The Highline Government Canal pulls off the Colorado River. And unfortunately, we found, I think we're up to 3 locations now, where we're positive for zebra mussel veligers in the Colorado River. And so that's a pretty devastating blow. We can treat one body of water like Highline Lake. How do you treat the Colorado River? Almost impossible. So we're working on plans, doing further testing, trying to figure out the source of those veligers in the Colorado River. There's a lot of use in the Colorado River, though. You see a lot of inner tubes and floating vessels down the river. There's jet boats on the river. All of that recreational use again, and trying to figure out the source of those mussels is going to be an uphill battle. So, so anyhow, sorry to be the bearer of bad news on zebra mussels, but unfortunately, the Colorado River is considered a positive for zebra mussels. Okay, finally, wolves. That's where you wanted me to go to start. Wolves are a very polarizing species. You either love them or you hate them, and there's not a lot of ground in the middle. And I won't get into Proposition 114 and all of that came with its own baggage, but it required by state law, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, to reintroduce wolves west of the Continental Divide. And we had to have paws on the ground before December 31 of 2023. So we did that. Yes, it was hurried. Yes, it was rushed. We created a wolf management plan that guides us on how we do that in now and for future years. Challenges that come along with wolf reintroduction are a lot. And I'm not telling you guys anything new. First and foremost, where do you put them? Okay, the law said they had to be west of the Continental Divide. Through our planning process, we basically applied a buffer, a 60-mile buffer from all the state lines. So from Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico, we said we would not reintroduce wolves within that area. Likely they will go there, but we would not actually introduce them in those locations. We further refined that by doing some mapping exercises, and Merritt, I know we've talked about it. You don't love it, but it's the best tools we had at the time. We did some mapping exercises to look at highly suitable habitat for wolves. We also tried to look at the potential for livestock conflict. And while I say that, I want to be clear, it is almost impossible to find a place in Colorado where you're not going to have some conflict. The only places really you could go would be like wilderness areas, but wilderness areas are kind of off limits because of the timeline of when the reintroduction was required to occur. We did not have time to work with federal government on NEPA processes to get permission to release wolves on federal land. So that limited us to state lands or any private lands if a landowner would give us permission to utilize for wolf releases. We narrowed that down and we decided there were two primary release zones. You may have seen the maps with the two big ovals on it. The one over kind of northwest Colorado, one over southwest Colorado. We decided to concentrate our efforts in the northwest part of the state for the first year. And that's what we did back in December. We released 10 wolves. And those wolves kind of scattered across the landscape and started interacting with our wolves that immigrated into Colorado on their own up in North Park. And that's one of the challenging things about wolf management. We can't control where they go. You know, we can try to release them into good habitat. Wolves are going to be wolves. They're going to go wherever wolves go. We can't force them to set up their home territories in any given area. We don't have a choice in where they decide to create a den. So that's very challenging when it comes to managing wolves. Another issue that we have with wolves is sourcing wolves. Where do you get the wolves from? That's been challenging. You might recall we went to Oregon and took 10 wolves out of Oregon because they were the only state that allowed us to do so. That comes with its own baggage. Some of those wolf populations in Oregon had some history of depredation. Trying to find wolves that have no history of depredation, once again, is extremely difficult. Especially when the other states like Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming said, no, we will not provide wolves for you. So that limited our source of wolves that we could get. So here we are in year 2, contemplating where we getting wolves this time. We had a source located up in Idaho with the Colville tribes up there. They ended up backing out of that agreement for various reasons, and I don't blame them one way or the other on that. So right now, we don't have a current source for wolves. We are talking with a lot of states that do have wolves about potential sourcing wolves for this next go around. And I'm certain one of the questions I'm going to get is, where are you putting the next wolves? We've looked at both of those ovals in northwest Colorado and southwest Colorado, and mainly for biological reasons, the decision has been made that we would likely put them back in the northwest part of the state. When you're trying to build a population, a viable population of wolves, it's important that you put enough on the landscape, that you give them that opportunity to find each other, create mating pairs, and start populating and building to that target that we're trying to achieve through the wolf plan. So once again, it's a big hurdle we have to overcome. Where do you put wolves? You know, do you put wolves in a location, and looking at Merritt, you know, where we had some problems in Grand County? Do you put wolves back on top of an area where you've already had some depredations occur? We're sticking to the same kind of rules. We're staying, you know, outside of those 60-mile buffers, trying to look within those holes and looking at potential habitat for wolves. So no decisions have been made yet, but it's likely that we will probably get back to northwest Colorado. So, another challenge dealing with wolves, I just mentioned depredations and conflict minimization. I think it's important to remind you that this was not CPW's goal. This was a mandate through that voter initiative that required us to do this. I've been talking about wolves ever since we started that process. And trying to find a location to put wolves where there's not going to be a conflict, I'm just going to say it's impossible. We're going to have conflicts. Wolves are apex predators. They kill things. They eat meat. So they're gonna continue to depredate. Our hope is that we get them where they're staying on native food, you know, like deer and elk. But certainly, there's no way that we can prevent 100% depredation. It's just, yes, sorry, I'm taking too much time.
No, you're not, but I know that there's gonna be questions from the audience. So I thought I should maybe bring this part short. And at the end, we'll circle back around and just mention some of the ballot stuff that comes our way. You know, Club 20 does not support ballot biology. I want to be very clear. So I have two people that have already raised their hand, Callie, and I need Mayor's time. You might not get to everybody, but I am. And these are gonna be friendly conversations. Callie, Merritt, Bonnie, and then we might just have to wait and do it over lunch. Because I knew it would be, but we need this introduction and people need to know we're on top of it. We're not gonna stop being on top of it. We've invited Jeff David. We want you guys at the table and we want Club 20 to be at the table. So with that question, with that comment, Callie.
Thank you, Travis. Greatly appreciate it. Callie Scritchfield, Rio Blanco County area. So two things, one on the solar piece, because Rio Blanco County is really considering right now what we're gonna do in that area. So I would like, and maybe not here, but we need to hear from CPW what would work with solar panels that also works with wildlife. I mean, how can they be wildlife friendly? So we would like to hear that. The second thing, as wolves, you knew I wouldn't leave that alone. So what I am hearing at this point, and you know that we're always concerned about that, that relationship between producers and the CPW, it's not sounding like it's getting any better. So I'm hearing a little bit about depredations that the ranchers are absolutely confident are wolves. And CPW is not being able to confirm that. Now, this is Callie speaking. I would guess that there's a lot of pressure from above to not locate or identify those as predation. So what's the possibility of getting third party to check that? So the first recommendation I would have is wildlife services. I won't say why I think that's of value. Thanks.
If you can't answer all these questions today, I think it's helped to just put the questions on the table. Maybe we can't come to closure on the answers because we still have a lot of conversation in this area. It's very real and it's active. So don't feel like you have to answer, come up with the final answer here today.
I'll try to answer as best I can. So,
Good answers.
Callie, thanks for the question, by the way. So on your first question about solar and how can they be more wildlife friendly? We have to figure out how to make them more permeable for wildlife. Like you take 1,000 acres and you put a high fence around it, especially in a big kind of square shape, if you will, that becomes a barrier. And some of that area in Rio Blanco and Moffett County up there where some development is currently ongoing and occurring. You have a highway that those animals historically have crossed back and forth there. And now you're gonna have this big long fence. So unless the animals can figure out how to get around it, it becomes a barrier for them. The other problem I see with that is it's right on the highway. And we already have enough roadkill there as it is. And you put this big long fence up, they cross the highway and hit the fence. And now they're crossing back across the highway. So you're increasing the number of potential incidents of wildlife vehicle collisions there. So like I said, we got to figure out how to make those more permeable. And one ideal I threw out is if you made it more of a football shape and you put the point of that football towards the highway, at least it becomes kind of a guide fence that can go left or right and around, if you will, instead of just running into a wall. So that's one potential thing. The other thing we can do is site location. try to avoid those high use areas of migration corridors. We're developing already developed areas. I've seen some information about, putting solar panels up in parking lots as an example. It creates shade for the parking lot. You're getting the solar panels to generate energy as well, and you're not having a further impact on the habitat. So those are just a couple of quick ideas that pop in my mind. On your question about wolves and some of the questions around confirming depredations. So that decision is made at the field level. So my guys make that determination. Certainly there are questions about whether we confirm them or not from both sides, from producers and from wolf advocates as well. We are being challenged on almost a daily basis with core requests, asking for our documentation and our reports and how we made that determination. So it's very challenging. With some of those specific that producers are questioning, I'm trying to have those conversations with those producers to explain how we arrived at that determination. I know we're working once again up in Middle Park with one right now. I've been trying to touch base with that producer. We've been playing phone tag for a week or so now. There are times when we have a dead calf as an example that has no external marks on that calf that would indicate that a wolf killed it. However, it's a dead calf. We're trying to determine why it died, right? My staff are not veterinarians. So up in Grand County, we have been trying to use the local veterinarian at times to look at some of those calves, or the producers ask the veterinarian to look at those calves. So we're doing the best we can at making that determination. We're continuing to try to train staff in how to identify wolf-specific depredation. Our staff have been doing depredation investigations for decades. They are experts at what they do. They can tell you when a lion killed an animal, when a bear killed an animal. But wolves are fairly new to us, right? So we're continuing to learn. So I'm not going to say we're going to be 100% correct every time. I think producers should ask those tough questions, and we try to explain how we arrived at that determinations. I don't know if that answers your question completely.
I think that was a good attempt. I think these are iterative, they're ongoing. I think you're gonna know, you're gonna continue to hear from us. Merit.
Sure you want to do that?
Merit, this is a short timeline. We're not gonna bring it to closure. But I think what's important for the audience to know is we've been on it from day one. We've been following it from day one. We have perspectives from wool growers, from stock growers. And so if you want to know more as the audience, get in touch with me and we'll keep you involved with the levels of conversation and communication. But Aaron, I know what you can say in 4 minutes, so.
So thank you, Travis, for being here. And I appreciate everyone in CPW that shows up. I do appreciate that. It's not easy, I get it. So I'm Merritt Linky, Grand County. And literally from April 2nd of this year, I have every single day, we've had some kind of conversation regarding wolves. I thought I was going to get by one day without it. And I walked into the bank just to make a deposit. And the bank teller says, gosh, that's a mess that the wolves are doing out there. And I didn't even initiate it. Just the making a deposit. Anyway, so going kind of tagging on to a little bit about what Callie asked about, because I think that's really critical. Not that everyone, I'm not asking for everyone to be confirmed wolf killed, but I think there is the trust issue. And I think that's what Callie was kind of getting at, is maybe that trust issue could be built back with a third-party investigation, because it seems like, and the producers tell me, the guy writing the checks and confirming this is the same guy doing the investigations, like the judge, jury, and investigator all at the same time, the same person. That seems like it should be independent, just for the trust factor alone. And I'm also hearing from the producers that call is not always made in the field. That sometimes the CPW guys take that calf and take it into the office or take it into a lab. They don't make that call. So somebody else is making it. I wish we could make that call in the field. Because it should be, hey, there's the evidence, there's the bite marks, there's the collar data. Make the call. So on that note, I'm asking that, we could look into third party. And then the other thing that I'm hearing from our producers is that there's inconsistent info that we were kind of informally letting the producers know when there was a wolf in the area. And I get it, it's hard now, when they're out on 15, 20,000 acre grazing permits. I get it, that's hard. But the latest kill in Grant County, maybe there's one that I don't know about, the one that was on the 17th was a sheep. I'm not sure that those guys got notified. This is a sheep that gets pinned up every night. And that was a confirmed kill, I get it. But I'm hearing some mixed information from CPW personnel about how accurate and timely we can get caller data and notifications to our producers. Hey, you've got a wolf in your area. And I'm happy to tell my neighbors, we've got a text stream going with our producers. Say, hey, CPW, let me know there's a wolf coming through. Be aware. But I'm hearing mixed messages that that's not happening. So could you address that? Thanks.
I'm gonna suggest we can't answer all these questions.
I
don't
will
have
agree that
enough
we can't
time.
answer all the questions, but as Nancy said, sorry to interrupt Nancy.
He's always allowed.
I've seen that you're furiously taking notes. If you could get those answers back to Club 20, we can distribute them amongst our members, as Brittany and Andrew are very good at doing.
And I think there was frustration because we were following the big stock growers multi-page question that no one ever heard. And I know that's not up to you, but ultimately answering all those questions, I think is very important. And we all got frustrated with all the documented questions that we never could answer from. And I know we're leaving it on a frustrating note. I knew I don't have enough time in an hour and a half to cover all the ag issues that we cover. Simply isn't enough time. But I just want to keep the conversation going. I like it that it's civil. And we invite you to more Club 20 meetings. Please stay for lunch. And I hope nobody will mock. I really don't have the time because we still have another speaker. So I'm going to have to have a hard call and say, we're not going to answer them right now. I wish we could, but we can't. Give you 5.
If it helps, Nancy, I will stick around and try to answer your question.
Can you answer that in 2 minutes?
I can give you a quick version.
I just can't keep going. Hard at 2 minutes, if you can answer that in 2 minutes.
So I hear you loud and clear on the trust and both Callie and Barrett on the third party investigations. I'm probably not gonna go deep into that right now. We are talking about partnering with Wildlife Services and having both folks there on investigations. But right now, we don't have an MOU with Wildlife Services that's wolf related, so we're working on that part. Trying to remember the second part of your question. Yes, sometimes the DWM is not making an immediate call on that animal. There's times when it's obvious, there's times when it's not so obvious. When it's not so obvious, we're taking the time because it's relatively new to some of these guys to talk to more experienced people that are dealing with wolf depredations. So we're taking the carcass, we're taking photos, we're sending those to various individuals, US Fish and Wildlife Service, other states, Montana, Idaho, getting their folks to give us a second look at that before we make that determination. So I hope that kind of answers that part. The collar date, I just want to touch on real quick. And I've said this before, Barrett, I'm not hiding anything. That collar data, by the time I get it, is old data. At a minimum, it is 4 hours old. I continue to try to keep the Middle Park stock growers up to date on wolf activity in Middle Park. I did it yesterday. I sent Tim Richard a text and told him where the known wolves were at this time. The ones that where we had the sheep depredation are the same wolves. We already knew those wolves were there. And I'd encouraged him to keep their range rider in that location because of that. So I hope that quickly answers the question, but I'm happy to stick around and talk more about it.
The most challenging ag, PLNR, wildlife issue I've seen since I've been in Club 20 and I've been attending since the 80s. So we also have ballot initiatives, a mountain lion. Let's talk about that at lunch. We've got some handouts at our back table because we will take a position on Club 20. Come that, have pro and cons at our discussions. Sorry, Bonnie, I got that hard in. So I would like to invite, thank you very much. And last, I'm inviting Perry Will as our legislator senator that we heard about just yesterday. We heard all the information from Chane on the lobbying on the dredge and fill. What happened this year was this group, Club 20's been concerned on waters of the US for as long as I've been in Club 20. This became waters of Colorado, which is very alarming to a lot of people. A lot of tension around that issue. And so Perry was in the middle of a lot of that. The dredge and fill is the bill that passed this year. We do not have a majority of ag people in those committees. So we're very thankful we had Perry, our Catlin, he was also invited, he had conflicts for today. It's very important because it affects ag and ag water. Drastic, can do it drastically. So Perry, if you could give us your perspective, there were over 90 amendments to that to get it to the point where ag exemptions were somewhat protected, maybe not to the full extent that we wanted it to be protected. So for that, can you drill down on that? Because there was other ag issues, but the biggest one really was the dredge and fill this year. Thank you, Perry Will. He used to be CPW. Most of us know him, so I'm not going to go into a long introduction, but thank you, Perry, for coming this way and filling this slot for us.
Thank you, Nancy. I was going to give my whole life story. But it's an honor to be here and thank you all. There's so many ag issues over there, but this dredge and fill was a big one. And that was House Bill 1379. And we also had Senate Bill 127, which died on the vine like it should have. With all amendments on 1379, I think we're in a pretty good place from an ag standpoint. Therefore, all the amendments, I can tell you from the committee votes to the first floor votes, let's send back to the House and then you concur with those House amendments. This was a really wild bill coming back and forth. But it finally went out of the Senate 33-0. Two weren't there to vote, two were excused, but it finally came out 33-0, and I think 57-4 or something in the House on the final version. So from an ag standpoint, I wouldn't get too concerned. My concern with the bill was I think it should have been housed under DNR instead of CDPH&E. I hope I'm not offending anyone in here, but that's CDPH&E's got enough on their plate, and I don't see them doing an excellent job with it. But they're supposed to, I think, hire four FTEs to do this. With the Sackett decision, Sackett versus EPA, it really changed Colorado waters. So, and not in a good way. So therefore the bill, and we're getting it back, I think, pretty close to where we were prior to the Sackett versus EPA. The only concern I have on it is we tend to, we'll pass bills down there and we'll discuss them and we'll run amendments and we'll do all those kind of things. And then we have the rulemaking, right? And then with the rulemaking, sometimes after rulemaking, it doesn't look like the bill you passed. That's my concern there. But other than that, I think we're in pretty good shape. There's some issues with, the 1,500 feet, basically quarter mile, the permeable streams and some of those things that be a little wetland or something that can cause some heartache, especially with our ag producers and private landowners. But, there's about 3% that's considered wetlands in this nation. And since Colorado became a state, we're about half of that. So we've destroyed a lot of wetlands, about 50% of the wetlands in the state. The state became since statehood. So I would, it's a necessary evil. I think sometimes I worked with, the 404 permits in my whole career many times on many issues, and people kind of took it to the nth degree that wasn't needed, right? I mean, I've seen places on forest roads where there's a culvert. Maybe the culvert wasn't put exactly on grade, backs up a little water, you get
you get a cattail and all of a sudden that's a big wetlands. And so there's, we don't want that, right? But overall, I think we're in pretty good shape with 1379. It went pretty well, and I think, we have, Senator Simpson, Representative Catlin, and Senator Roberts was sponsoring that bill. And I know he listens, he's not necessarily involved with the ag so much, but he definitely listens to the producers and everyone over there. So I think it came out about as good as we could have had it, other than I wished it was housed in the DNR, not CDPH&E. So, and then I can talk about woods, Nancy. I was sitting there listening to the conversation, and I just showed Pat Dorsey back there the big veto thing of my Senate Bill 256 about the 10J with the votes back in 23, but that still hurts me because we handed the governor a policy and a political win, and when he vetoed that, he just said the West Slope doesn't matter in my opinion. So, and then and I'm listening here too in the compensation. I was on that bill too for the compensation, so Sportsman didn't have to pay for it. And so I think there's a lot of kinks and wrinkles we can work out with compensation and payback to those that are being depredated against. But I know I wasn't up there to talk about woods, but I had to say that. And then I want to say, Nancy, I know. Thank you, Nancy. And also I want to talk with Robert there when he mentioned Senate Bill 55 on the behavioral health stuff. That was my favorite bill this year. And we got down to the last 2 days of session before we got it funded. And I want to give a shout out to Senator Barb Kirkmeyer, who's on JBC. She knew how important that was to me. She knew how important it was to our rural Colorado and our ag communities. And she got it done. I remember coming to me, she goes, "You can thank me." And I said, "I do thank you," because we got it funded. I love working on the behavioral health stuff. And that bill there was excellent. It was, like I say, it's my favorite bill of the session. Any questions about the 1379 and the dredge and fill? I'll try and answer those, but there's, like I say, the rulemaking scares me a little bit because sometimes that comes out that doesn't look like the bill you passed.
I know that we were, those people that are dependent on water systems, Uncompahgre Water, Grand Valley, we're all concerned about rulemaking. So this is another one of those subjects that passed, but it's not over yet. Since I would just like you to give a short exit speech before you answer questions about how hard it is to represent ag in the Colorado legislature and what that challenge was. How many other people are going to step up now that you're no longer going to be filling that role? And then we'll have questions and move on from there.
That's a huge challenge. So, when I started in the House, we represented 77,000 people, one representative. About 166,000 as a senator. So what that equates to is 75% of the population of this state lives within 25 miles of I-25. That's where all the votes are. That's what happens. I mean, I got 7 counties and the legislators down there have 7 blocks. And so we do the best we can, right? We're just outnumbered. And we have some people that are, we're sympathetic to rural Colorado. Thank God. But it is tough. It's very tough to get done. And so, as most of you know, I'm giving up my Senate seat, and Mark Catlin's running for it. So you have great representation there. I'm going home and running for county commissioner, and I want to go to my grandkids' ball games and their track meets. And I tell you, being over in Denver, it just doesn't work. I get a video. That's just not enough. And so that I kind of did it for my family to be home and living in downtown Denver. Boy, it doesn't fit me very well. You know, I
I
mean,
think you were good for the legislature.
thank you.
So are there questions for, Senator Will on the dredge and fill? Because I do know it concerns people, irrigated ag, lots of questions still. Wendell?
Harry, thank you for all you've done. Appreciate you making the effort to come see us out here. My big question is that, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, is there is a permitted 2-year time frame to get a permit now from CDPHE proposed for an action.
83 behind right now.
Yeah.
83 behind, yeah.
So that's, to me, we've been talking about permit reform, both federally and locally. That's way out of line. We've got to do a better job. How can we do that through the state legislature? And in the school making process?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I think, you know, I mentioned before FTEs are gonna hire, so hopefully that'll do it. But right now, it's pretty backlogged, and I see it getting even more so. The good take home message, I think, is that ag is pretty much exempt for the most part. Like I say, it goes back to kind of where it was pre-Sackett, right? So, but there's a lot of, you gotta get the permits and do the, you know, it depends on what you're doing, but, you know, some of the regular ditches and the regular diversions that we've historically had, I don't think they're gonna be any big issues there. I really don't. Or I don't foresee them. And a lot of that's gonna depend on who's doing the enforcement and CDPHE too. So, I know, no, I understand that.
We have another quick question from Merritt.
You know, I couldn't resist, but I have a little question. So, thank you for being here, and I appreciate you stepping up in promotion to county commissioner. But I know that you still have connections at the Capitol. And I know there's been a lot of talk of running some legislation that might at least cause a timeout, because there, as we even did today, there's a lot of unanswered questions and unclear parts of the plan. Do you think there's any possibility of getting legislation and say, hey, let's figure out what we're doing with these wolves, figure out these questions before we dump off another? That's my question.
Great question, great comment, and I think, I know Travis has heard this loud and clear. I think, you know, we're up there at Gittleson's too, and that was the take home message, is let's put a pause on this and figure out what we're doing before any more roads go underground. And in answer to your question, I think, yes, I think there's potential for legislation to do that. You know, the big obstacle is the governor and the first lady. So it depends on how much influence and arm twisting that they'll do to their caucus, I guess. But I think there is potential for that, I really do, because I think people see the issues we're having. Let's figure it out. It's not about, and I have to tell you, and maybe you don't agree with this, but how I see it is that it's really no longer about the woods, about government. It's no longer about the woods.
That's a good ending comment on that. And I think we should conclude by saying Club 20's position is we want to pause. We want these questions answered. Larry, Dawn, welcome to the arguments. And what we're hoping we get out of the legislature is a pause, get these answered. We don't want what we're seeing happening in Grant County and Round County now. So thank you very much. And you'll be a county commissioner right in that crosshairs, we hope. So you'll still be there. One last comment for poor Bonnie Brown, who has tried to get comments twice. So, and then what, hard stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Merritt, for reopening the wolf discussion.
Always.
You know, maybe this question's better directed at you than Travis. Amendment 14 does not apply to wildlife services. It doesn't apply to federal agencies. There was an informal opinion from both Southers and Salazar that trapping doesn't apply to wildlife services on federal lands. What's needed is a formal opinion on that, and then for CPW to move forward. It's important, CPW needs tools to manage. They can use padded jaw like traps if they follow this pathway. And then we could trap and collar more wolves, which would make the non-lethals more effective. And so is there something that we can do with our legislators to get some pressure to get that formal opinion from the AG's office?
Yeah, I think that's pretty easy. Thank you, buddy. That's excellent. I think, yeah, I think that's fairly easily done, actually. At least get an opinion. I mean, I'm asking them every week about something, you know, legislative legal services. They give me opinion on this. So, yeah, I don't think that's too hard. Most of it comes not about wolves or anything. It's about rentals. I get lots of things about rentals, but yeah, I think that's actually easily done to the legislature. Yeah. You might not be the opinion you want, but you can.
I think that's a good takeaway of things to work on. Thank you very much, Perry. Stay for lunch.
I gotta say one more thing about Rayback.
Here we go.
I start out every story I tell about this is a true story because I've told it before. I learned that from Rayback. Thank you. It's a pleasure. I'll come anytime.
Thank you very much, Perry. And I'm sorry you got squeezed, but I could have predicted that. And we're gonna be a little late for lunch. But Sue Hansen is not here. They had a health issue in her family. But we discussed it this morning when we had our legislative updates. We had a great presentation at our spring meeting. It is another subject that Club 20 will continue to follow. Being the monument. I'm on the final thing, our wrap up. But what we're moving to, which I think Western Colorado, Club 20 is really good at doing. We are going back to problem solving to try to get past where we are. All the monument brought the issue to everybody's attention. We needed that. Amy, thank you. Kenny, thank you. Sean, thank you. And now we're in the problem solving stage, which I think John Whitney covered this morning. There is new mapping. It's on the Mesa County website. Cody Davis, County Commissioner from Mesa County, took the lead, pulling together a group. We have Janie Van Winkle, who followed that greatly. Just very briefly know that we're in the problem solving stage now. I think back to the trust issue. Western Colorado's been on steroids when it comes to collaboration, whether it's CFLR mentioned by Whitney, whether it's RMRI, the speed with which this thing is moving, which was brought up by Commissioner-elect Harris, is what's eroding that trust. Is how is this moving so fast? Nothing else can. So I think trust is going to be key to get through this. And I'd like Jamie just to mention a couple of comments because she's been so involved from the beginning on this. And she's a great Club 20 contributor. And we'll call it, we're not going to solve, this is another thing we're not going to solve today. But it's emerging. This whole new proposal just hit the press this week. So we're going to be on top of it and continue. We'll do town halls, whatever it takes. Thanks, Jamie.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate the chance to come chat for a moment. Actually, it's kind of ironic. I came over here to hear this conversation about the monument and here we are. So when we were here, I don't know, several weeks ago with Senator Bennett, John was here, Hillary was there. We had just some really great meetings and some great conversations around the monument issue. When we were in Gateway, one of the proponents, because my continual question has been, where is the table to have this conversation? And one of the proponents kind of flippantly said to me, why don't you guys draw your own map? And so in a conversation up at the airport here in Nucla, Cody Davis, Sue Hansen, and I said, let's draw our own map. And so that's what we've done. It was put out on Wednesday. It's on the website. We're going to take public comments on it. But I think, again, I had a conversation with that same proponent 2 nights ago,
And he said, that map's ridiculous. And I said, right back at you, buddy, because so is yours. And so I think now we have a place from here to here that we've got to find the middle ground. Because we all want the same thing. I think that's really important. We want things to stay the way they are. But our idea of how to get there looks different. But we've got to come to the table. We've got to stop calling names. We've got to have the conversation. We started that map with the first conversation, looking at the NCA in the, it's always confusing to me, in the upper part, but it's the southern part of the, looking at that NCA on the Dolores. And that's kind of how we started. Then we mapped around the Entrada, which allows the, as I didn't know this, I've lived here my whole life, did not know this, that the uranium is typically found above the Entrada layer. I did not know that. So cow punching didn't require that knowledge. And so that's kind of where we started. We had a lot of conversation. I think there's still a lot of conversation to be held. But to your point, I truly believe that we have to sit down and talk together. And it's going to be some hard conversations. And I was actually at a meeting this week and had some conversation with Tracy Stone Manning, the BLM director. And what she said to me, because that was the first thing I questioned her about, was the monument discussion. And she said, we're allowing the senators to take the lead. The president was a senator. He believes that the senators need to take the lead. And she said, I believe your senators will listen to the people on the ground. So my message is we have to have respectful, continual, and responsible conversation around this issue. I'd be glad to talk more. I know I'm standing between you guys and lunch, so I don't want to take any more of your time.
Gonna stay for lunch though?
Probably just for lunch, and then I'll be headed down the river.
I think PLNR has a resolution on collaboratives. And it violated a lot of our concept because they didn't have everybody at the table when they started this whole thing. Had they brought everybody together at the beginning, the way our resolution recognizes how you effectively get change, we wouldn't be here right now, probably. But we celebrated, John Whitney, when you gave our presentation several years about the NCA, the Durango meeting, that's how we like to operate. This didn't feel like that at all. So we'll continue to work on it. I'm glad there's a table at least that we can now communicate at the same table. So that's where we're going to end this conversation. We just didn't want it not to be on the agenda because it's so important in Western Colorado. And hopefully we can learn some lessons. Let's not do things this way. Outsiders coming in, telling us how to do it. Mantras you quit before, so you don't get to talk now. It was ridiculous. So let's get back, get civil, the way that we have always envisioned it. But Jamie, thank you.
If I could just say one thing to that point, Nancy, I think you're absolutely right. But we've got to move past what happened. I mean, what they did, the proponents, is absolutely unacceptable. But rehashing that over and over and over is going to get us nowhere. So we have to move forward. We have to start where we're at. All of us come to the table and have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. And I have to allow one comment, Jeff.
Well, as I learned from Merritt, this will be quick. It will be less than 20 minutes. Jamie, I have to tell you, it's bad land management to leave it all into politics. And the BLM has some authorities on land management, and for them to step aside and leave it all into politics is wrong. We experienced this in Vermilion Basin several years ago. There are legal authorities for land management, for protecting wilderness values, for protecting grazing values, and oil and gas and vanadium and oil and development of minerals. And for them to only enter into a political game on this, that tells you exactly what we don't need in this area. We need actual land management. The BLM needs to step up and participate in this and not turn it over to politics.
Yeah, what can I say?
May I
Move
have,
the resolution.
may I have one more word?
Please, Jenny.
And I do agree with you to a certain extent, but what the if I didn't convey the message correctly, that's on me. But the message I heard from the BLM was that we're not going to, how do I say this? Obviously, I didn't say it right. That we don't have a preconceived notion. And I do agree with you that the BLM has that responsibility for all of those pieces of the puzzle. But I think the message truly is that we're looking at locally led conversations rather than just some outside group coming in, getting everybody's support, and then throwing us under the bus. So if I didn't convey that clearly, that was my fault.
Another contentious issue on the western slope. And with that, we're gonna really quickly hit resolutions. First one is right to farm. It's old. Let's see. The last time we talked about it is 2017, and it's still very fundamental for us. I have two. Can I do the answers? I move that we. Thank you for the motion. Is there a second to the motion? And then we'll have discussion.
So I was actually going to move to renew both of them in one fell swoop.
Yeah,
And I don't know if Anne's willing for me to
Let's
do
do
that.
one at a time because I think.
Okay, then I'll second her motion.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that came up today when we saw that, no, it's not that, it's the next one that I need a little conversation. Any other conversation on right to farm?
Sure.
Yes, Mayor.
So we're actually in the discussion phase, is that correct? We have a second?
Correct.
For 26-7, correct? Okay, I had one potential small change for that, and I actually was gonna make a motion to send this back to committee because I think it needs to be updated in terms of including anything regarding our favorite predator, which I'm not gonna use that name right now, but that to me is part of the right to farm and protecting your private property rights. However, we could probably still update, because as I was looking at when it was renewed last, we weren't even talking about our favorite predator up close times. So with that being said, I would concede to go ahead and renew, but I do have one small language change in the very first whereas. I would like to change, take out the word lands, because I think that we want to actually consider what agriculture does more than just the land, because there's a lot of people in the public that see a hayfield and think hayfield in an open space is the same thing. So just take out the word lands and then add all our Colorado residents and our visitors.
Right.
And again, the same whereas.
So the sentence would read
Just-
in full.
So I can read it actually. It's really hard to read my own writing sometimes, but I think I can on these days. Whereas Colorado defines right to farm and has indicated the importance of agriculture to all our Colorado residents and our visitors, period. That's what I would use.
Thank you. So that's a motion. To amend it, is there a second to the motion to amend it as that, or is that a friendly? Yes. Okay. And is that done? I have one more comment, and Robbie LaValle.
Okay, staying on that same whereas Kathleen Curry rightfully so, we need to add the specific citation of the statute there in the resolution. So right after statute, then just please add the correct statute, which is Colorado CRS 35-3.5 -101.
Pause, yeah, start again on the number.
We'll just say, but in, yeah, the intent, okay.
Would that be a friendly? Okay, thank you. Okay, as amended, we will add that statute. We'll give you the correct numbers so we get it correct. Is there any other conversation, questions? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. That. Now. Next. Simple. It's AG 0901, and it is acreage subject to subdivision regulations. That has been just the way it's been forever, and we support it. We think it's important. So we're just going to renew unless somebody has amendments or questions. Need a motion. Moves to renew it. Is there a second? Thank you. Wayne seconded it. Is there a conversation? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Great. We are almost done because the next one I intend to do nothing with it today, other than just share it with you. Agriculture does not have guiding principles. We have many, many site-specific ones. It's very difficult to come up with a guiding principle. So it is my thought that we need to talk about. We've talked today about agriculture, what it means to our community. There's nothing in our resolutions that define why we are so engaged in agriculture. So we need an overriding ag sustaining resolution. But the only way you can do them well is if everybody participates and helps say, did you think of this? Did we add this? Did we get the stuff that Robert had? So this is my first draft. I just threw some ideas into this one that's called Ag Land Protection. And that's too specific to a very narrow piece of ag. So I thought we would either take this one or write one from scratch and fold in several others. Because right now we're kind of a hodgepodge in ag. So if that is agreeable with everybody, I really need people to work though. When I send out my little memos, I get crickets back. So we're going to have a meeting. And Andrea said she'd call one even before fall conference. So I need names and we're going to call them. And I do have some questions starting with Cindy.
There is not a copy of the draft in this packet.
Correct. No, sure. Needed to have the draft. Well, I did send it out, sent it to the whole committee. It was part of my package. And that's something that we need on Club 20, that when I generate stuff, it needs to go to someone. So I sent it to my ag committee. You guys remember that committee, all the attachments that I send out, so you're supported. So that's a problem. But I call it ag economic sustainability guiding principles. And I was attaching it to AG 063, which was ag land protection. So again, it doesn't matter that you don't see it today. We'll get it back out as a package because we need to do a guiding principles as a comment. Part of it is because we've heard today about collaboration on this, that, and the other. And you know what? We need to make sure that we are leading it. And we don't even have a resolution that helps us lead it on these broad topics. Any other comments? Thank you to my speakers. They were awesome. Bonnie, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have a little bit of level of discomfort with the guiding principles. I mean, actually, I like precise topics that I can go back and refer to. And the guiding principles, I mean, you want them to be kind of broad, but sometimes I look at things and I think it's like storytelling hour, and I'm having to wade through to find out the specific thing that I'm looking for to see if, you know, what Club 20 does or does not agree with that. So I just think we need to be really thoughtful. And I know you have going into this, but I do have a little bit of, discomfort trying to pile everything in one document.
And in case you think we do it totally, we don't. Like we had a wolf resolution on top of guiding principles. When we know that we need to get into specifics, we always have that opportunity to have a specific one. Some of them that I see on there, if we have an expert on trade agreements, great. But it was an issue before NAFTA. It was an issue with NAFTA. That one should be gone, or there should be other ways of dealing with it than the way we did it. So I appreciate you sometimes have specific ones. It doesn't eliminate every one, but you need a broad way, so if something comes up in a year, that our people have the ability to get there and write a letter on our behalf. So that's why some of them are broader than others.
I would just clarify, our policies didn't go away. All those resolutions that are there are still on file. It's just that there's a guiding principle to help steer the direction. I bet you they're about to show it to you on the website. But every policy, very specific nitpicky policy should still be on record. And an official position of the organization.
Any other comments? Oh, Merit.
Like to, sorry, Brittany, I'm interrupting. I would like to move this, and I would actually volunteer to be on the committee to work on this guiding principle. With that being said, you can put my name down. I will help do this. But with that being said, I would like to motion that we do that. I don't even have to motion, but we go and take advantage of the agricultural production that is provided for us here.
Okay, so I was just gonna add on to this for Bonnie's sake and just for learning for everybody. For those purposes, for when there's multiple things within a guiding principle, our website is actually very friendly to use. If you click the search, and let's see, Andrea put in wolf. So what it'll do is pull up any resolution or anything on our website that has to do with wolves. And if you actually go into the resolution itself up at the top, it will then highlight, oh, it doesn't highlight it in there. It only highlights the ones for you on the titles. So that's a really easy way to find what you're looking for on our website. If you just search a keyword and it'll pop up what resolution it's in. So that could be helpful for you, but it could not be too.
Thank you. Michael.
Yeah, I mean, it's become, we've changed our procedures of how we're doing our policy. This is about 18 months, 2 years into the scenario. During our next executive committee, I would like to put on the agenda to increase the time for ag, LNR. And we can see today, there's just not enough time. And it's the core club time. So Brittany, if you put on our executive committee agenda to discuss the increase of the time for PLNR. Thank
you. I only heard one volunteer to help me on my guiding principle. Okay, and we have one more comment, and then we're going to lunch according to merit. There was no second to that motion.
Michael, sorry, I might have been distracted and not heard everything you've said, but did you talk about not changing how the ends of our time on a 2-day meeting? Did you talk about that?
So what I'm really referring to is the core and the soul of club. Sorry, we do have a lot of other issues we deal with: transportation, telecommunication, tourism, etc. But we need to increase the time for these two major topics during our next policy. Is what
and water sneaks into all of that. Chris Trees,
Sorry, everyone.
your hands were up.
Volunteering.
Oh, Chris. Sorry to jump in here. I just want to ask if there's a possibility that when we have 2-day meetings, we start no earlier than 10 o'clock on the first morning, so that we don't have to be traveling and staying 2 nights. And then
You're reading our
defer.
minds.
All right, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that.
So we have, okay,
Jeff, Cindy, Merritt, Chris, Callie, Nancy,
Bonnie.
Bonnie. Don't worry, I'm gonna send it to my whole advisory committee, which is a bigger list than that. Okay. Thank you, ladies. Now you can, I'm gonna adjourn this meeting and turn it over to Brittany. Thank you to my speakers. Thank you for staying late for lunch.
Thanks, Nancy. A few closing items, but before we get to the closing item, I would like to make sure that we bring attention to someone that's very special, that wasn't able to join us at our spring conference, that is an award recipient. That was the Executive Director's Award, my award that I get to give out each year to someone that's been very helpful. So this person is definitely no surprise once I mention the name, who it will be. This person is very dedicated to Club 20, helping to make sure that I grow as an individual and as a professional moving forward. They have been a great mentor, great role model for me, and have consistently reached out to make sure that I had everything that I needed. So without further ado, I would like to bring up and honor Miss Mary Jo.
One more round of applause.
Thank you for allowing me to do that. You know, we wanted to do it last week. We had a shortage of time. So then we heard that Mary Jo might not be coming this week, and then she was able to work things around, but then she's not gonna be able to join us in fall. So we were going back and forth on when we were able to do it. So we've been kind of carrying it around with us everywhere and anywhere so that we get the opportunity when she's with us. So thank you again, everybody, for joining us here in Nucla. Let's give our sponsors and our gracious host one more round of applause. So lastly, and certainly not least, of course, we do have our fall conference and debates coming up September 20th and 21st. That steak fry, that's a fun event for everybody, will be on Friday the 20th. And then the debates themselves will be on all day on the 21st, with the federal races being in the evening, state races throughout the day. So please join us for that. There is a QR code here. We'll make sure that everybody gets a copy of it, but please share that with your communities. Make sure their questions are being heard. Those candidates are going to be representing you and your communities. So it's good to hear the questions that come directly from you all. We do have lots of snacks and stuff if you are heading out on the road. We also do have to-go containers if you want to take some of the food here to go with you on the road. So please take advantage of that, get some grub before you head home, and make sure you get home safely. And drinks are in the second room. Drinks and dessert are in the second room this time. There wasn't enough room. They'll be serving everybody, so make sure to go through the line. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and we hope to see you next time. And if you're wondering how you might be able to help us, if you could fold up your chair, that would be wonderful.
I grabbed this.
It was fun on Facebook, it didn't have.
Can you review just a little bit? We can get the.
Yeah, the whole, oh, yeah.
Brittany, yeah, in there. There we go. Now we got the clip. Oh, there we go. I think what we'll miss most is Carnival Fridays. I didn't get to ever experience We're gonna miss.
Yes, thank you again so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. That was really no need for everything. My God. Yeah, we need to. Both kinds of.
End up in a room with a lot of the same people all the time. And
Oh, yeah.
that's a good one. Wait, so.
I'm gonna grab lunch. I have to head out.
It's good to see you. Appreciate everything. I know we have some concerns in Tri-State about this rulemaking. Like everything else. Out there.
Yeah, well.
Gonna be stuff we're doing. Especially something that pass with that much. Places. Stick to it.
So I think.